The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capitol Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Sharp observers may realize that the words for the day, with a few others sprinkled in, have come from Galatians 5, which they call the fruit of the Spirit. It's love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness last week, and gentleness today. Gentleness, sometimes people think of weakness and frailty, but it's really strength that is harnessed by humility. And so I want to pray for gentleness for you, for this chamber, for the members of this legislature. So please join me in prayer as we talk about gentleness with the Lord. Heavenly Father, teach us to govern with gentleness, to hold our convictions firmly, but to express them with respect, to engage in debate, not to conquer, but to build up, to listen as eagerly as we speak. May the spirit of gentleness soften hard hearts, calm tempers, and guide this legislature. May this body of lawmakers reflect that gentleness in every debate, every decision, every interaction, and let our leadership reflect the gentleness of Christ, strong yet tender, firm yet merciful. It's in his name I pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Cole Hefner of Titus County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members and guests in the gallery, please join me in pledging to the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the great state of Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Representative Bernal because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Wu. Please excuse Representative Verdell because of important business in the district on motion of Representative Pearson. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Paula Denson from Woodville as the Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Mr. Guerra moves to defer the reading and referral of bills to the end of today's calendar. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For the purposes of this motion, committees and subcommittees scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral permission is granted are authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Patterson for another motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to set a local consent resolutions calendar for 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, I'd like to give you an update on this week's work schedule. As indicated in yesterday evening's memo, the House will convene at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 9 a.m. on Saturday, and 2 p.m. on Sunday. It is also the intent of the chair to take a brief lunch recess today through Friday to allow committees to have formal meetings. Thank you, members. Please excuse Mr. Bell of Kaufman because of important business. On motion of Ms. Button, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Bell for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee of Intergovernmental Affairs to meet on Tuesday, May 6th at 2025 at 8 a.m. room E2026 to consider House Bill 5698 by Bell and Montgomery related to the name and appointment of directors for Harris County, Montgomery County's Management District. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Thompson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rules to permit the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures in a public hearing on 10 a.m. on or upon adjournment or recess Tuesday, May the 6th, 2025 at a bill referred if
permission granted. Can you repeat this line right here? 10:30 a.m. upon final adjournment.
Okay. 10:30 a.m. upon final adjournment, if permission is granted. and E2016 to consider Senate Bill 1184 by Creighton relating to the age of wine authorization to be sold by a wine collector or seller. House Bill 1800 by Joseph Garcia relating to the license and regulation of child swim instruction operator, referring an occupational license and imposing an administrative penalty authorizing fees.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none so ordered. Mr. D'Orazio for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee on Defense and Veterans Affairs in a public hearing on Monday, May 5th at 12 p.m. or upon final adjournment or recess or bill referral if permission is granted in room E1026 to consider Senate Bill 1931 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, relation to the designation of a portion of Business U.S. Highway 83 South in Hidalgo County as the SP4 Rodolfo Valdez Memorial Highway. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, over the weekend we did celebrate a birthday of one of our members, Shelby Slauson. Members, join me in wishing Shelby a happy birthday. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on State Affairs will meet today upon lunch recess at desk 125 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, please take your seats. We do have a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Once again, we're having to come before you to recognize a fallen police officer. I'd like to take a moment now to honor Corporal Detective Israel Garcia with the Austin Police Department. He unfortunately passed away this weekend after 16 years with the department. He was off duty, but he was doing what he loved, which was riding his motorcycle, meeting up with other officers for an off-duty ride. They continued to work together to improve safety. It was a wet weekend, and unfortunately, he had an accident and did not survive. He leaves behind a wife, 2 daughters, and several grandchildren, and apparently will be sorely missed as a person that was beloved by many in the department. He actually lived in San Marcos, so we also have Representative Isaac up here joining us. And Representative Zwiener, I don't believe, is here right now, but not sure exactly where he lives. This is all brand new to us, but we wanted to make sure we took a moment to recognize him and honor him and all the people that he has worked with, all the lives that he's touched. So please join me, please, in a moment of silence to honor Detective Garcia's memory.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and joining in observing a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Public Education a public hearing on Tuesday, May 6, 2025 at 8 a.m. in Room 8, JHR 140 to consider SB 27 by Creighton relating to the rights of public school educators, financial and other assistance provided to educators in public schools by the Texas Education Agency related to public school educators. Senate Bill SB 843 by co-course relating to the Texas Education Agency database of school district and open enrollment charter school bonds, taxes, and bond-related projects. HB 5019 by Capriglione relating to school district contracts, certain organizations, and payroll deductions for school district employees. HB 441 by Landgraf relating to sparsity adjustment for certain school districts under the Foundation School Program. And HB 591 by Gervin Hawkins relating to establishment of community-based learning centers to serve public school students.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency in a public hearing on Wednesday, May 7, 2025, 10:30 a.m., or upon final adjournment, recess on bill of referral if permission is granted in room E2010 to consider House Bill 1225 by Gates relating to the establishment of a bundled pricing program to reduce certain healthcare costs in the State Employees Group Benefits Program.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 38. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 38 by Busey relating to improvements to the Texas Information and Referral Network.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is House Bill 38 would implement a series of communication and technological upgrades to 211. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 38. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Mr. Money voting nay. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all voted? There being 96 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 38 is finally passed. The chair the chair lays out on third reading House Bill 104. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 104 by Bonin relating to the creation of the Texas Future Fund, the Texas Future Fund Investment Review Board, and permissible investments by the Economic Stabilization Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 104 until 12:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1008. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1008 by Middleton relating to state and local authority to regulate the food service industry.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain my bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is that restaurant bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1008. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Strict enforcement has been requested, members. Please vote from your desks. Strict enforcement. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 1008 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1106. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 1106 by Parker relating to the publication of Public Improvement District service plans and assessments on certain public internet websites.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm back from running to my desk. This is it's a great bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1106. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1106 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1172. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1172 by Perry relating to exempting certain transactions from regulation by the Texas Real Estate Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill pertains to a landman negotiating non-mineral leases and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1172. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1172 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2629. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2629 by Creighton relating to organizations of, meetings of, and voting by condominium unit owners associations and property owners associations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
This simply aligns property owners and condominium associations. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2629. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 2629 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2964. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2964 by Hughes relating to an opportunity to correct certain defects in our early voting ballot voted by mail.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Hey, Mr. Speaker and members, this is a cleanup bill to add early voting clerks to the ballot by mail cure process. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2964. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye.
Terry, get Ellen.
Have all voted? There being 111 ayes, 24 nays, Senate Bill 2964 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 616. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 616 by Shortner relating to aquifer storage and recovery projects that transect a portion of the Edwards Aquifer.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill that authorizes ASR projects in my district. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 616. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 133 ayes, 3 nays, Senate Bill 616 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2214. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2349. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 2349 by Alvarado relating to the notice requirements for a leased dwelling located in a floodplain.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2349 exempts 2 limited types of leases from the floodplain notice requirement. One is the short-term leases under 30 days. The second one is the temporary leasebacks during a property sale, which is 90 days or less. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2349. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted. There being 111 ayes, 28 nays, Senate Bill 2349 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wally moves to lay House Bill 2214 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 552 by Huffman relating to changing the eligibility for certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred injunction community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 8:59 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 3181 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 3181 by Dutton relating to the enforcement of a court order for possession of and access to a child and related order modifications.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this was the bill that provides access to the non-custodial parent. I think Representative Cook had a question about it, but he says his question was answered because I pointed him to the amendment that we put on the bill, and he was actually for the bill, so I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3181. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all voted. There being 135 ayes, 6 nays, House Bill 3181 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3628. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1268. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1268 by Blanco relating to the review and updating of the Texas Water Development Board of Guidance Principles and Rules related to certain plans adopted or approved by the board.
The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
This bill aligns Texas Water Development Board's rule review process and planning schedule for water and flood planning to be in sync. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1268 is passed to third reading. Ms. Villalobos moves to lay House Bill 3628 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 589. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 610. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 610 by Paxton relating to combating human trafficking by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill merely codifies TDLR, an anti-trafficking unit, and provides clear statutory framework for the agency to continue its work in the fight against human trafficking. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 610. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 130 ayes, 12 nays, Senate Bill 610 is passed to third reading. Ms. Thompson moves to lay House Bill 589 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3529. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1577. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 1577 by Parker relating to the temporary sale of alcoholic beverages at certain racing facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1577 allows the Texas Motor Speedway to sell distilled spirits in the same limited areas of the facility where they sell beer and wine. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1577. Division vote. The clerk will ring the bell. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 103 ayes, 30 nays, Senate Bill 1577 is passed to third reading. Mr. McQueenie moves to lay House Bill 3529 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3354. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1369. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1369 by Hughes relating to the designation of the portion of the State Highway 11 in Morris County as the Army Staff Sergeant Samuel T. Castle Memorial Highway.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply does that. It designates a portion of State Highway 11 in Morris County as the Army Staff Sergeant Samuel T. Castle Memorial Highway. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1369. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1369 is passed to third reading. Mr. Van Dever moves to lay House Bill 3354 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 333 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 333 by Gonzales of El Paso relating to the authority of the Usuleta de Su Pueblo of Commission Peace Officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 333 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 2914 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2914 by Alders relating to designation of a portion of the U.S. Highway 69 in Smith County as the Veterans Memorial Highway.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alders for a motion.
I'm back. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2914 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4130. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2032. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 2032 by Paxton relating to certain requirements regarding contract between a single source continuum contractor and the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is the second of 3 in my package of DFPS reforms with Senator Paxton and Chairman Matt Shaheen. Members, this bill extends a notice timeline from 60 days to 180 days for a single source continuum contractor, or DFPS, to provide notice to the other of premature contract termination. Extending this notice will allow the department time it needs to ensure the smoothest transition for families, caregivers, children, and caseworkers in our foster care system. Thank you, Senator Paxton and Chairman Shaheen, for working with me on these bills. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2032. All those in favor vote say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 2032 is passed to third reading. Ms. A. Davis of Dallas moves to lay House Bill 4130 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4131. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2034. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2034 by Paxton relating to the receivership of a single source continuum contractor providing child welfare services.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the last bill in my package of DFPS reforms with Senator Paxton and Chairman Shaheen. This bill ensures that if an SSCC terminates their contract early, the department can have a judge appoint another contractor to step in until an emergency procurement has reoccurred. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2034. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 2034 is passed to third reading. Ms. A. Davis of Dallas moves to lay House Bill 4131 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 24 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 24 by Orr relating to procedures for changing to a zoning regulation or district boundary.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr for motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 24 until today at 2 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 1160 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1160 by Hull relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of assault committed against certain employees or agents of a utility into the prosecution of the offense of interference with public duties of those employees or agents.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1160 until today at 1 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 3692 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3962 by Guerin relating to the eligibility of the IndyCar Grand Prix of Arlington for funding from Major Events of Reimbursement Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3690, I move to postpone further consideration until Monday, May 12th at 10 a.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4115. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1057. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1057 by Parker relating to shareholder proposals submitted to certain domestic corporations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1057 creates a framework as it deals with submitted
proposals that are being submitted. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1057. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1057 is passed to third reading. Mr. Meyer moves to lay House Bill 4115 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2295. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1044. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1044 by Parker, relating to the newborn screening test for Duchenne muscular dystrophy.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Senate Bill 10, Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 1044 adds screening for Duchenne muscular dystrophy to the newborn screening program at the Department of State Health Services. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1044. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1044 is passed to third reading. Mr. Capriglione moves to lay House Bill 2295 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 5398 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5398 by Morales of Maverick, relating to taking a certain odd-ad sheep by using a helicopter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5398 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 1407 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1407 by Guillen, relating to public utility agencies providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate bill is over but not yet eligible, so I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1407 until 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 3800 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3800 by order relating to an advisory board established to develop a resource guide that facilitates collaboration in identifying and addressing local healthcare workforce needs.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3800 creates an advisory board at the Texas Workforce Commission with members from across the spectrum of educational institutions, healthcare providers, and local workforce boards to develop a collaborative toolkit and resource guide to facilitate local partnerships. These partnerships are designed to effectively identify and address local healthcare workforce needs. Simply put, there's a need for increased awareness regarding available funding, technical support, and expertise from state and federal government resources. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Orr.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the amendment.
This amendment fixes a drafting error, clarifying the membership of the advisory board to include individuals representing community health centers. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Orr sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Orr to close on the bill as amended.
I close. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of House Bill 3800. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 3800 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 2613 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2613 by Harris Davila relating to the liability of water park entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate bill is over but not yet eligible, so I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2613 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HJR 138 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HJR 138 by Alders proposing a constitutional amendment prohibiting the imposition of a carbon tax.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alders to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know we're on a roll, but I'm going to give you a little bit of a layout this morning. HJR 138 is a proposed constitutional amendment that will prohibit the Texas legislature from imposing a carbon tax or a tax on the emission of greenhouse gases. Simply put, even as we have seen the tremendous diversification of the Texas economy over the last couple of decades, we all know the backbone of the Texas miracle is our natural resources below our feet. God has blessed our state with tremendous reserves of hydrocarbons, and consequently, Texas has been a global leader in energy production. Every one of us feels the positive impact of the oil and gas industry to our economy, and we know that if in the near future the industry were to be handicapped by the implementation of a California-style...
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
I raise the point of order on HJR 138 under House Rule 4, Section 32C2 on the grounds that the bill analysis is material or substantially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon lunch recess in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alders to continue explaining the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's the
Mr.
truth.
Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
After I finish my layout.
Not at this time.
The truth is this: free markets and competition are the best way to incentivize companies to produce more efficiently and in a more environmentally friendly manner. The stats speak for themselves. Energy production in California has declined over the last 2 decades, but their carbon emissions have remained relatively the same. In Texas, energy production has more than doubled, and our carbon emissions have also remained the same as they were. Our free market approach to energy policy in Texas is substantially better for the people of Texas and the global economy as a whole. HJR 138 will enshrine that approach in our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I will yield for
The
questions.
gentleman yields.
So, Representative, what problem are we trying to solve with this ban?
We are trying to ensure that the people of Texas and the companies that generate revenue for the state of Texas understand that we support the natural resources that exist underneath our feet, and we support the exploration, the production of those natural resources so that the state of Texas continues to be successful for generations.
So, is there something that we're doing that would say we don't support that?
There is always the challenge, as you know, Representative Goodwin, of the legislature inserting itself into the businesses of our state and imposing itself in the form of taxes and other regulations. This is to ensure that we make sure our oil and gas resources are utilized to their full potential.
So, is the bill because you're worried that people might want to protect the environment from carbon emissions, and as a way of doing that, they might propose a carbon tax?
Correct. We've seen this tried in California and a handful of other states, as well as in Europe, and it hasn't produced the results that people have sought. The reality is that a government-imposed regulation, government-imposed taxes, is not the way that we get more efficient production of our resources and create cleaner air, cleaner water. A free market and competition is the means by which we achieve those ends.
So maybe you're comparing us to California, where you say that this carbon tax that they have hasn't reduced emissions, but maybe it has reduced the increase in emissions. Do carbon emissions lead to climate change?
That is not what this bill is about. And you mentioned California. The agency that is similar to TCEQ, the CARB over in California, estimates that the cap and trade program that exists in that state has added about 27 cents to each gallon of retail gasoline sold in California. I would propose that a cap and trade program in the state of Texas would incredibly hurt every consumer, every Texan, and we want to ensure that Texas remains as free as we can.
Well, is this about a cap and trade program?
This is about any program that seeks to regulate and tax carbon taxes and carbon emissions.
Do carbon emissions lead to extreme weather events?
I would argue that they do not. That is also not the point of this bill.
Has Texas had any hearings or even a proposal for a carbon tax?
There are always rumors circulating about ways in which the government can insert itself into the free market.
Well, it seems like your bill is actually tying the hands and making it less of a free market. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions, please?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Alders. I know I said I wasn't going to ask questions, but there were a couple of things about the last exchange that were confusing to me. The first one was that you said that the goal of a carbon tax was to have clean air and clean water. Is that right?
Carbon tax programs and regulations that are either a direct carbon tax or a cap and trade program are generally, I believe, imposed in the environment of we're trying to create a more clean environment. That is how they are sold to the consumer. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to point out that that is not the purpose of a carbon tax. The purpose of a carbon tax, and I wanted to see if you'd agree with me on this, is not clean air and clean water. Carbon is not particulate matter. It's not nitrous oxide. It's not sulfur dioxide. It is none of the things that contribute to smog or ozone. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Instead, carbon doesn't pollute the air in the way smog does, but rather it releases heat-trapping gases into the atmosphere. That's what carbon emissions do. Is that right?
It is not often sold by members who are interested in regulating the oil and gas industry. It is often sold not in the way that you were describing as vital to life and just a safe emission. It is not sold as that. It is a separate bill of goods that they propose when they are imposing a cap and trade program and carbon emission taxes.
Fair enough, but I guess I'm asking you what your understanding is under the bill. Carbon, in fact, is not a pollutant in the same way of either air or water as particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, or nitrous oxide, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Instead, carbon emissions release into the atmosphere release a gas into the atmosphere. Is that correct?
Right.
Carbon dioxide is essentially a gas, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, we're all producing that right here on the House floor as well.
No question. And it is scale, I guess, that we're talking about, right?
That is correct.
And so it is actually not correlated, and this is the reason I wanted to have this debate, just so members understand what we're talking about. It is not correlated to dirty water or dirty air per se, but to the release of gases, correct?
I'm very glad that you draw that distinction, but I would argue that our friends in California and across Europe make a very different argument.
As the bill
so I
author,
appreciate that.
I'm asking you, however, I don't really care about Europeans or Californians in this case, because this is a bill that is going to apply to Texans. What is your view on that?
Carbon dioxide is necessary for life. I mean, we cannot live without it. Plants need it for growth, and so it's a vital part of our environment. That's not what we're looking at here. We're looking at, as I mentioned in the bill, the emission of carbon dioxide or other greenhouse gases that results from the use, production, or consumption of any good or service, and that is...
Which is everything, right?
That is correct. Yes, we are not going to tax those.
You defined it broadly, right? Yeah,
that is correct.
On purpose. And you would agree that carbon is a gas in the atmosphere. Now,
That's correct.
this bill does not cover cap and trade systems, is that right? It just covers carbon taxes, correct?
It covers both.
This resolution, you believe that this would cover both a carbon tax regime and a cap and trade regime?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will
Gentleman
yield for
yields.
questions. Mr. Alder, right now in Texas, in law, we have a gasoline sales tax, correct?
That is correct.
Gasoline is a carbon-based fuel.
This does not address the gas tax.
So, in a sense, we already have a carbon tax. We tax the carbon that we put into our cars to fuel them.
Respectfully,
right?
Representative Wu, this is not about gas taxes. It is not about hydrocarbons. This is about the carbon content of a fuel.
Right. And, earlier you said that you were talking to Mr. Anchia about how the clean water, clean air is not the goal. And I wholeheartedly also join with Rep. Anchia in that assessment that carbon tax, dealing with carbon dioxide, is not about clean air and clean water. It's about whether our climate continues to change out of control. Do you understand that?
I understand your argument, yes.
So you understand that the relationship that has been proven scientifically again and again for the last 50 years is that there is a direct correlation between the amount of carbon dioxide that is in our atmosphere as a whole and the global temperatures that are being recorded, that have been recorded for the past 200 years. You understand that, right?
I understand your argument, and that is why I believe that it's important to pass this legislation, because taxing the carbon content of a fuel or carbon emissions is not the way in which we do anything about the amount of emissions. Competition, free markets are what are going to create a better emissions results.
Do you believe in personal responsibility?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in the idea that the person who uses something should pay for that thing?
In theory, yes.
Yeah. Do you believe that if people use a lot of one thing, or they cause a lot of problems, that they should not make that problem the entire society's problem? That they should take a share of that responsibility?
Representative Wu, are you suggesting that the oil and gas industry is not already benefiting the Texas economy incredibly?
Because this legislation does not just cover them. It covers all carbon taxes. The point of a carbon tax is that whenever you use a lot of energy, whenever you expend a lot of carbon to do something, whether that is the front end manufacturing, the middle ground, or at the end, or transportation even, you burn up a lot of carbon dioxide. When you put a lot of carbon dioxide into the air and you add to what is already an increasing and worsening climate, that you should have the responsibility of helping pay for that. That the people who didn't use that carbon, the people who didn't burn it up and didn't add to that for our society, they should not have to share that substantial burden. That the people who are responsible for creating the problem should have a larger share in paying for the problem. Do you understand that?
I understand your argument, and I would argue that what you are suggesting is that taxing the oil and gas industry and oil and gas users, consumers in the state of Texas, the success that industry brings to the state of Texas is already tremendous. I mean, the oil and gas industry contributes $160 billion annually to the Texas economy. It makes up 8% of the state's GDP. It's already contributing. And so I would argue that, what you're talking about is already occurring. The free market's doing what it's supposed to. They're contributing, and a carbon tax is absolutely not going to benefit the state of Texas.
What about a non-oil and gas producer? What about a industry that uses carbon products, that uses natural gas, uses oil, and uses that process to either create heat, create energy, or as a base product, and in their manufacturing release tremendous amounts of CO2, far beyond what would be normally released in other manufacturing? Should those manufacturers have some shared responsibility of having to help us mitigate the damage that continuing climate change is having?
Taxing entities and taxing the production of our natural resources in this manner is not the way by which we go about creating a free and fair marketplace.
And we're not talking about boosting the free and fair marketplace. We're talking about people taking responsibility for the things that they do, for the actions that they take, for the decisions that they make. That people should share in the responsibility of fixing the problems of their own decisions, right? If we say as a society we want all these things, then we have to be willing to pay for it. We should not put the burden of climate change, of continuing changing weather patterns, of natural disasters. All those things get left on the shoulders of the working class and the poor. right? They're the ones that have to deal with it. They're the ones who can't afford it when their houses flood for the third time in 1 year. They're the ones who can't afford it when the insurance company says, we don't want to be in Texas anymore because none of y'all are taking this seriously and we're making no preparations for any kind of future climate change. When all those things happen, they get left with the burden of taking care of that, while the people who made all the profits from this just pay a little bit of extraction royalty and they're hot scot-free, right?
Representative Wu, I would argue that your argument would lead us down a path to California, that this bill does not address what you're talking about. This bill is about keeping Texas free and allowing our market to be continue to be successful. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia in opposition to the resolution.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I take no pleasure in speaking against my friend and colleague, Representative Alders, but the matter before us today is of grave importance, and I really want to impress upon the members of this body how important it is. I was grateful that Representative Alders sought to clarify the terms of the debate. Because carbon dioxide, ladies and gentlemen, is not about clean air or clean water. It is about releasing a gas into the atmosphere that traps heat. And you may not believe in climate change, but you should believe in the laws of thermodynamics. That when energy changes through combustion and carbon is released into the atmosphere, it traps gas in our atmosphere, and that gas acts like a convection oven. And we're cooking in that convection oven, ladies and gentlemen. And you don't have to take my word for it. You don't even have to take the word of the people who have trained all their lives in climatology that are part of the consensus at the IPCC, the international consensus that this is happening. I would trust Texas's own NASA, because NASA can tell, because it is their job, that the amount of parts per million of carbon in our atmosphere is at historic levels. In fact, human activities have raised the atmosphere's carbon dioxide by 50% just in the last 200 years. And so by voting in favor of this HJR, ladies and gentlemen, you're simply handcuffing your children, my children, your grandchildren from trying to decarbonize the atmosphere. You are putting shackles on them to try to deal with this very important existential problem. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is very, very important that we give them as many tools as possible to deal with decarbonization, either at the federal level or, as this HJR speaks to, at the state level. And in fact, this HJR is socialist, because what it seeks to do is allow companies that release carbon to privatize their profits, and guess what they're doing to the costs? They are socializing them to you, to your constituents, to your children and your grandchildren, because carbon doesn't work like ozone, where it burns off. Carbon stays in the atmosphere for decades. In fact, there is still carbon in the atmosphere from the first industrial revolution. It stays up there. It has a very long half-life, and it stays up there and it bakes and traps heat and causes us to bake. In fact, if we passed this socialist HJR, because it is socializing costs to all of you and not creating a system
Mr.
whereby
Ms. Isaac,
I
for
do
what
not
purpose?
yield for questions at this time.
Not at this time.
Whereby we cannot place a cost on that socialization. We can't say, hey, you're socializing costs not only to all of us, but to our children and grandchildren. We need to put a cost on that, and we need to recoup it. I remember that acclaimed Texan James Baker, who was Secretary of State under George W. Bush and Secretary of Treasury under Ronald Reagan, came up with the conservative case for a carbon tax and carbon dividends. He, along with Henry Paulson and George Shultz, even Bob Walton, the founder and the founding family of Walmart, the world's largest retail and energy employer, they said we should have a carbon tax on that socialized cost, and then we should pay it back in the form of dividends to the American people. If you pass this, you do not allow for that very conservative approach to occur. And here's the other thing, members, that you need to know. Energy companies want a carbon tax. ExxonMobil wants a carbon tax. Shell and BP have advocated for a carbon tax. You would be foreclosing their ability to impose a very conservative solution on the socialization of costs to all of us. So, members, it is for those reasons that I urge you to vote against this HJR. Your children and grandchildren will ask, where were you when this vote was taken? Where were you,
Mr. Speaker,
in foreclosing the opportunity
Isaac,
for
for
all
what
of us to have tools to deal
does the
with
gentleman yield
the
for
devastating
questions?
effect? I do not at this time.
Not at this time.
With the devastating effect of severe weather, with droughts, with hurricanes, with tornadoes, all of it. And you are shackling them by doing so. So please vote against.
Ms. Isaac, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
For my esteemed colleague, Representative Isaac, of course.
The gentleman
Thank
yields.
you. Did you know, or I want to know, if you support net zero H2O?
Can you describe what that is?
Say it again.
Can you
Water?
describe what that is?
Water?
I know what H2O is, but what is net zero H2O? Can you elaborate?
So, did you know that water is 6 times more prevalent in the atmosphere and traps more heat than gas?
Okay, so if you look at the HJR, it doesn't talk about a regulatory regime for water. It talks about a regulatory
But I'm asking
regime.
you, do you think we should get rid of water too?
I'm speaking about the measure that we have in front of us, Representative, and it deals with carbon. It does not deal with water, so I'm speaking to that issue.
Did you know that a monitor in Hawaii said that the effects of man-made CO2 emissions do not appear to be strong enough to cause systematic changes in the temperature fluctuating during the last 200 years?
Which monitor is that? Because NASA has a monitor in Hawaii and has reached the opposite conclusion. And I trust the scientists at NASA rather than some unnamed monitor.
I'll get you the monitor later.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, please vote against the HJR.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu in opposition.
Members, I want to come up here and talk about taxes and how every time we take one of these votes and put them on the ballot and people vote for them, we're cutting off another revenue source that could help take the burden off of property taxes. But every single time we come to this body, every single session, we vote for more things that force our revenue to come from either sales taxes or property taxes. And then our people wonder why their property taxes keep going up. But here, I don't think that's the discussion here. Here, this really should be one of the most important and pivotal discussions in our body, because we're talking about probably the single greatest threat to humanity we have seen in a long time. And we talk about this, like half the membership here talks about this like it's a complete joke. When scientists around the world for the past 30, 40, and 50 years have been warning us about what is happening. We have seen the effects of climate change in our face. Every single year, Texas is now dealing with drought every single year. We're dealing with freezes every single year. We're dealing with record-setting weather events, year after years, 300, 500-year events, back to back to back to back. At some point, we need to take the blinds off. At some point, the reality of what is before us is more important than the politics of it. At some point, people will start to get mad about what's going on in the world. And what I'm saying to everyone is, this is important. What happens with climate change is important to all of us. We right now have the luxury of ignoring it, but very soon we will not. The global average temperature increase right now is 1.47 degrees Celsius, right? The objective was to keep it below 2 degrees, which is almost 6 degrees F. We're going to miss that goal by wide margins. You may not think 4 or 5 or 6 degrees is a big deal, but that's the difference between places being able to farm, people being able to live in certain places. The zone of habitability for humans is not that wide. And what we are slowly doing is putting ourselves out of homes in lots of parts of the world. And we are making our own home uninhabitable for future generations, and no one seems to care. Members, please vote no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Alders to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's keep Texas, Texas. This is not a
Mr.
climate
Speaker.
change bill.
Ms. Isaac, for what
Does the
purpose?
gentleman yield for
Will the gentleman
questions?
yield for questions? Gentleman yields.
Do you know that the temperature reducing that's estimated by the UN of the United States researched net zero by 2050?
Yes.
Do you know that it would cost $50 trillion to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that less than 1/10 of 1 degree by 2021, that's what it would accomplish if we put, and it would also put the world in poverty?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how much CO2 is in the atmosphere right now?
reasonable amount.
0.04%.
Yes, a reasonable amount. That's why we need to go ahead and pass this bill, keep Texas, Texas, and that's why we have this HJR 138.
Thank you for this bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 138. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting nay. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Ms. Davis voting nay. Have all voted. There being 92 ayes, 49 nays, HJR 138 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 42 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The court will read the bill.
HB 42 by Wilson relates to the amount and allocation of the annual constitutional appropriation of certain agencies and institutions of higher education and to the permissible uses of that money.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this sets the House Bill 42 sets the formula funding for higher education for the next 10 years as required constitutionally. I do have a floor to substitute.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for your patience. They actually had to, on the floor substitution, the formula is basically takes in consideration inflation. It takes in consideration of the current enrollment as well as capacity of the schools for their capitalization programs and their deferred maintenance. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to close on the bill.
Thank you, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 42. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all voted. There being 131 ayes, 11 nays, House Bill 42 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HJR 34. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 34 by Guillen, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation the portion of the assessed value of a person's property that is attributable to the installation or construction in or on the property of the border security infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HJR 34 is the accompanying constitutional amendment to House Bill 247, which is later down in the calendar, allowing voters to approve the ad valorem tax exemption for increases in property value caused by the installation of border security infrastructure. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 34. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 116 ayes, 20 nays, HJR 14 is adopted. HJR 34 is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 129. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 129 by McQueenie, relating to a prohibition on certain governmental contracts with foreign adversary companies and federally banned companies, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 129 bans procurement from foreign adversaries by Texas government entities. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 129. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted. There being 123 ayes, 13 nays, House Bill 129 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 677. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 677 by Dayala, relating to the restrictions on political activities of a county elections administrator.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, under current law, county election administrators are generally prohibited from engaging in political activities. Loophole, HB 677 addresses this issue by prohibiting county election administrators from holding an office or position appointed by elected official. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 677. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 677 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 426. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 426 by Bernal, relating to Medicaid and Child Health Plan program coverage and reimbursement for childhood cranial remolding osteosis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 426 till 10 a.m. Tuesday, May 6th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 668. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 668 by Bell of Montgomery, relating to the renewal of a license to carry a handgun.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 668 simply codifies actually the one-year grace period already used by DPS for renewing license to carry. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Representative, what problem are you trying to solve with your bill?
So the problem is that when we have our license to carry and it's time to renew, it just clarifies in statute what the practices already are, but it just makes certain we maintain continuity between current practice and statute. We're codifying what is the practice already of DPS.
So currently, people are given a one-year grace period in renewing their license to carry?
That is generally the practice, yes. I'm not aware of an exception, but I do know that it is important for us to be clear from this body's perspective in providing guidance. So this just codifies what is the practice.
Since we're no longer required to have a license to carry in Texas in order to carry a gun in Texas, what's the point of this bill?
Because license to carry is still an important part of statute, but this bill is simply very narrowly focused to be certain that, that we codify what is the practice for renewing the license to carry in Texas.
Does
And
a
reci-
license to carry allow a person to go into a gun store and bypass a background check?
That's not the purpose of this bill, but I believe that is.
But I'm asking the question, which will lead to another question. Does a license to carry, which you're saying that we're going to have a grace period of a year, if someone lets it lapse, they have an entire year to get it renewed without anything other than just going online or submitting a piece of paper. Can someone go into a gun store and use that license to carry to bypass a background check?
That is my understanding, again, not the purpose of this bill, but that is my understanding of one of the aspects of license to carry.
Given that having a license to carry allows a person to bypass a background check, does it really make sense to allow a license to carry to lapse for an entire year?
Ask that again. I did not hear what you.
Given that you can use this license to carry to go into a gun store and bypass a background check, does it make sense for us to allow it to lapse for an entire year, giving a grace period of an entire year, and then not requiring the same steps that you have to follow to get the license in the first place?
Again, this bill only codifies what is the current practice of DPS with regards to that.
Since you're interested in the issue of firearms with this license to carry bill and ostensibly public safety, did you visit with the Uvalde victims' families or the Santa Fe victims' families or the El Paso victims' families to find out what they thought might be helpful in terms of gun legislation?
Don't believe that is specific to this bill. With that said, I'm unaware of an instance involving a person who holds license to carry involved in any of those in a negative manner.
Personally, I think this bill is a waste of time, and I wish we had put our efforts into real public safety when it comes to firearms. Thank you, Representative.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
That's a couple of questions. So when a person applies for, I know they do a background check, they take your fingerprints. During that time that their license is still valid, if they commit a crime that would, let's say they commit a crime that would make them otherwise ineligible to carry their license, does that automatically get reported over to the appropriate agency? Do you know? Like at the time when it happens?
I do not know the timeline specifically, but I don't find that, again, to be the specific nature of this bill. This bill simply codifies the practice that is the current practice of DPS.
And I understand. I guess my overall question or my concern would be, I guess, do they run a background check again, right, at the time of renewal, or right? That's my question. Do they run another background check at the time that you renew your handgun or your license, or is that constantly monitored throughout the time that you carry your license?
So if your license is suspended or revoked, it's my understanding that that's reported immediately. So if you were trying to renew in any timeline, that would prevent you from being able to do that.
I guess my overall question, my concern is, with that extension, and let's say somebody committed a crime that would otherwise make them ineligible to carry their license, does that go unnoticed or unreported to the appropriate agency with that extension of that time? It would just go unreported, or do you know?
It's my understanding that those types of scenarios are reported immediately to the agency.
Okay, thank you.
All right, move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 668. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 668 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1699. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 922. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 922 by Hancock relating to the disclosure of certain medical information by electronic means.
The chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that passed the House and Senate last session. It allows our healthcare providers to deliver sensitive test results in a better manner. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 922. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Dr. Oliverson voting aye? Shall Mr. Gerdes voting aye? Shall Mr. LaHood voting aye? Have all voted? There being 100 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 922 is passed to third reading. Ms. Fairley moves to lay House Bill 1699 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2017. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2017 by Gerdes relating to increasing the minimum term of imprisonment and changing the eligibility for community supervision, mandatory supervision, and parole for certain persons convicted of intoxication manslaughter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2017 until today at 2 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2128. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2128 by Spiller relating to a study of rural firefighting and technical rescue service capabilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2128 directs the Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service to conduct a statewide study examining the capabilities of rural firefighting. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2128. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2128 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2038. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2038 by Oliverson relating to the issuance of the Texas Medical Board of certain licensing to place medicine and to practice medicine and the authority of the issuer to select certain license holders under the insurer's health policy requiring an occupational license and authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2038 will massively expand the number of physicians available to practice in the state of Texas through three distinct mechanisms. We will be targeting bringing more veterans in. We will be bringing doctors that have trained outside the United States, and we'll also be giving those that didn't match in a residency the ability to practice under the supervision of another doctor, and I have a couple of amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is simply some clarifying language that the Texas Medical Board requested with regards to the section regarding physicians who've trained outside the United States. It's acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaffner.
The chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain the amendment.
This amendment, what this does is says that the physician graduate can come to counties of a population of 100,000 or less. And this will help our rural counties get some physicians to them. I move adoption.
Ms. Schaffner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank my joint authors, especially Representative Perez of El Paso and Vice Chair Campos for working with me on this, and also Representative Schaffner for bracketing the physician graduate section of the bill to where these folks will be targeted for rural communities. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2038. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2038 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3783. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3783 by Hull relating to the court-ordered counseling in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3783 until today at 2 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3717. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3717 by Harris relating to the establishment of a grant program to fund the United States Food and Drug Administration drug development trials with Ibogaine and purposes of securing the administration's approval as a medication for treatment of opioid use disorder, co-occurring substance use disorder, and any neurological or mental health conditions that Ibogaine demonstrates efficiency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3717 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2316. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2316 by Gertis relating to the manner of reporting results and the conduct of elections.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2316 requires the reporting percentages of total number of votes in elections. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2316. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2316 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3686. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3686 by Harless relating to the information included on the identification card issued to certain retired peace and law enforcement officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows retired peace officers to have their rank at retirement on their ID. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3686. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3686 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2563. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2563 by Ashby relating to the establishment of the temporary prescribed burn manager self-insurance pool authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill puts Texas on the correct path of reducing our risk of wildfire through responsible prescribed burning by creating the Prescribed Burn Manager Self-Insurance Program for our state certified insured prescribed burn managers. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2563. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2563 is passed to engrossment. Members, we have a couple of committees who are scheduled to meet while the House is in during the lunch recess. Mr. Dyson moves that the House stand in recess until 1:30. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The House stands in recess. The House will come to order. The chair lays out House Bill 104 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 104 by Bonin relating to the creation of the Texas Future Fund, the Texas Future Fund Investment Review Board, and the permissible investments by the Economic Stabilization Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 104 until 4 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out House Bill 1160 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1160 by Whole relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of assault committed against certain employees or agents of a utility and to the prosecution of the criminal offense of interference with public duties of those employees or agents.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, last summer, the Houston area, as our linemen worked to restore power after Hurricane Beryl, we heard concerning reports that the workers faced harassment, assault, and interference from the public. This bill would add utility workers to the existing enhancement to the assault offense and adds utility workers to the offense of interference with public duty, which would be enhanced during a declared disaster. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Whole.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds an enhancement to the harassment offense. Move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1160. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1160 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3883. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3883 by Flores relating to changing the eligibility of the Federation International Automobile World Endurance Championship International Automobile Race for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is for my district, and it would add the World Endurance Championship races to the Major Events Reimbursement Program and bring great business to Texas.
The following amendment, the
I have
clerk
an
will read the
amendment.
amendment.
Amendment by Cole.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the amendment.
This amendment adds South by to the bill, and it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Cole sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3883. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all voted? There being 76 ayes, 60 nays, House Bill 3883 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4021. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1759. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 1759 by Birdwell relating to the declaration of an oil or gas emergency by the Railroad Commission of Texas and the liability of the persons for assistance, advice, or resources provided in relation to an oil or gas emergency.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1759 creates a Good Samaritan law for oil and gas emergencies. Mr. Speaker, I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dyson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain the amendment.
The amendment aligns the disaster period declaration with what the governor has currently at 30 days. Move passage.
Mr. Dyson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted.
And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1759. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1759 is passed to third reading. Mr. Dyson moves to lay House Bill 4021 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2788. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2788 by Button relating to fraud detection, information, and public information law.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently someone can request details on the Texas Workforce Commission's fraud detection and prevention methods with an open records request. Current law requires the agency to provide the information. Open record request is a very important policy. However, when the bad guys utilize that, that's like giving the direction to a burglar how to break into your house. And HB 2788 will help to keep the information related to the Commission's anti-fraud efforts away from the bad guys. I move for passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2788. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2788 is passed to engrossment. Chair recognizes Ms. Button for an announcement.
Hello, 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 my dear desk mate. Chairman Keith Bell asked me to let everybody know this noontime he just become the grandpa again. His daughter delivered a beautiful baby girl, Patton Bell, flags 8 pounds. Wow, almost as heavy as I am. 20 inches, both mama and baby are doing great.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2663. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2663 by Darby relating to the affirmation required to be made by an operator as part of an application to the Railroad Commission of Texas for an extension of the deadline for plugging an inactive well, providing for the imposition of a penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses a key wildfire risk by requiring operators of oil and gas wells inactive for 10 years or more to affirm that all electric service infrastructure has been removed when applying for a plugging extension. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2663. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2663 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3305. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3305 by Richardson relating to the continuation of a healthcare provider participation programs in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Richardson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows a county without a hospital district to pool their resources for indigent care. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this simply adds language that would include Denton County into the bill, and I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Richardson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3305. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 3305 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3173. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1143. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1143 by Blanco relating to certain planning, notification, evaluation requirements with respect to workforce development programs in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures that federal workforce development funding goes to young people who have dropped out or who are not employed currently, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tallarico.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just removes redundancy in the bill. There was another piece of legislation that passed a few weeks ago that does the same thing, so we're just taking out Section 2 of the bill, and I move adoption.
Mr. Tallarico sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Please excuse Mr. King because of important state affairs business on a motion of Mr. Guerin. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1143. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 90 ayes, 53 nays, Senate Bill 1143 is passed the third reading. Mr. Tallarico moves to lay House Bill 3173 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3474. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3474 by Lambert relating to the evaluation and reporting for investment practices and performance of certain public retirement systems.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3474 is a cleanup bill for the Pension Review Board that clarifies existing requirements to improve the consistency and predictability of investment practices and performance evaluation reports. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3474. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3474 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1105. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1105 by Cole relating to the exemption of tuition and laboratory fees at public institutions of higher education for certain paramedics.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this bill expands current tuition exemptions for first responders to include EMS. As you know, there's a shortage of EMS workers. The bill includes a cap on the courses with the maximum enrollment so that there will be no loss of revenue by the colleges and universities. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1105. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1105 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3531. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3531 by Morgan relating to the voluntary disclosure by an applicant for registration of a motor vehicle of the applicant's military status.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morgan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3531 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3490. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3490 by Dayala relating to the authority of the governing board of certain state agencies to conduct a closed meeting with the agency's internal auditor to deliberate or receive information about certain internal audit matters.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Institute for Internal Auditors recommends board meet privately with internal auditors to discuss sensitive matters. However, the Texas Open Meetings Act doesn't clearly authorize these sessions. Some agencies do this, DIR, TRS board. This is to have clarity throughout our state agencies. HB 3490 addresses this issue by allowing state agency boards to meet in closed session with internal auditors. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3490. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 103 ayes, 36 nays, House Bill 3490 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3597. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3597 by Hicklin relating to public hearing requirements for issuing a license for or expanding certain residential child care facilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hicklin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill raises the population threshold from 300,000 to 500,000 for requiring public notice and a hearing before HHSC issues a license for general residential operations. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3597. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3597 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1295. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1295 by Plessa relating to health literacy plan developed by the statewide health coordinating council and the inclusion of health literacy in the state health plan.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plessa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill directs the existing statewide health coordinating council to develop a statewide health literacy plan to help Texans better understand their health information and make informed decisions. I want to thank my joint authors, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1295. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 92 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 1295 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3512. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3512 by Capriglione relating to artificial intelligence training programs for certain employees and officials of state agencies and local governments.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3512 ensures that state employees and local municipalities will be taught AI literacy. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3512. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3512 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 3783 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 3783 by Hull relating to court-ordered counseling in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill places prohibitions on the types of abusive practices under the guise of counseling that a family court may order a parent or child to participate in. Let's make sure these abusers aren't weaponizing the court system to further abuse their victims. I want to thank Representative Holt, Representative Orr, and Representative Slauson and all of the advocates for their work on this bill. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3783. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3783 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 24 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 24 by Orr, relating to procedures for changing to a zoning regulation or district boundary.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 24 updates the procedures and requirements for protesting changes to municipal zoning regulations and district boundaries.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 24 under Rule 8, Section 1A1, on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to continue explaining the bill.
Under current law, if 20% of property owners within 200 feet of a proposed zoning change submit a protest, 3/4 vote of all members of the governing body is required to approve the change, rather than a simple majority vote that is typical for a city council vote. HB 24 establishes a definition of a proposed comprehensive zoning change, which includes broad-scale changes, such as adopting a new code. A protest against a proposed zoning change that is not comprehensive zoning change must meet one of the following requirements: 20% rule for affected area. If a protest signed by its owners of at least 20% of the land subject to the change, 3/4 of the vote of the governing body is required. A 60% rule for the adjoining area. If a protest signed by owners of at least 60% of the land within 200 feet of the affected area, a majority vote is required. The notice requirements, including individual notice requirements, stay the same. Members, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Sorry.
Amendment by Orr.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a clarifying amendment that gives power back to our elected city council members. The amendment is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Ms. Orr sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Orr. Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will a gentle lady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Ms. Orr, it is correct, is it not, that under current law, a valid protest petition, coming from adjacent property owners opposing a rezoning change that results in a higher density residential, commercial, or industrial use. That is to say, let's say folks with homes objecting to an industrial use being permitted right next door to their neighborhood, triggers a requirement, if that petition is submitted, of a supermajority vote of the city council to approve that change to allow an industrial operation right next to a bunch of homes. Isn't that correct?
I believe that what you're stating, sir, would be covered by a comprehensive zoning policy, and that would be up to the city council to decide if that is available for industrial use. Okay. This bill pertains primarily to affordable housing and multiple family housing.
Well, that may be your intent, but you're agreeing with me that the current law says that if neighbors object to a change in zoning that's going to put a commercial or industrial use right next door to their neighborhood, then it requires a supermajority vote of the city council to make that change under current law. Isn't that correct?
If they are affected by it, yes. If they
yes,
are...
and they submitted a petition. So your bill eliminates that. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
Well, I'm looking here at section 6. I think it's page 4, lines 11 through 12, that repeals that provision.
If your property is affected, you can do a valid petition, 20% if you're an affected landowner, and that becomes a supermajority vote with the city council.
But Ms. Orr, that only applies to a property owner who's trying to get a rezoning approved on his property. It eliminates the ability of adjacent property owners to be able to object to an industrial use that is being considered for being located right next to their neighborhood. Isn't that correct?
No, they still can file a valid petition, and if 60% of them do that, then it goes to city council for a vote. But it does not require a supermajority at that point, only a simple majority.
That's my point. You've eliminated that protection for the neighbors who might end up with an industrial project right next to their neighborhoods. That will no longer exist. Isn't that correct? That protection will no longer exist.
Are you speaking of the supermajority provision?
I'm saying, I'm asserting and asking you to tell me if I'm wrong, that you have now eliminated the ability of these neighbors to stop an industrial location right next to their neighborhood. If they go to city council, they no longer have the protection of that supermajority. Isn't that correct?
They may have lost the protection of the supermajority, but the property owner retains their rights.
But the substitute bill eliminates protest rights for everyone else except the people that are trying to get a rezoning of their property. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Your bill eliminates protest rights for everyone except those that are the owner of the property trying to rezone their property. Everybody else who doesn't own the property, they no longer have this protection. That's the way the bill reads.
Homeowners, property owners are the only ones with rights. Are you talking about renters?
The renters that don't have any standing. I'm talking about property owners.
If they are affected, they still have the supermajority rule. And if they are adjacent, then they have a simple majority rule.
Well, I have to dispute that. They no longer have the protection in your bill of the supermajority rule. The only ones that have any protection at this point is the guy who's trying to get his property rezoned. Isn't that correct?
Who's the landowner?
So we are, with your bill, removing the protection of the adjacent property owners from having an industrial use located right next to their neighborhood.
I think that's highly unlikely that a comprehensive zoning policy.
You may think it unlikely, but that is the effect of your bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Representative Orr, I want to thank you for the opportunity to work with you and your staff on discussing the amendment for ensuring that the public is not removed from their opportunity to know what the proposed change is. There is some changes to notification, and you and I discussed that is not your intent to disguise notification or minimize notification to the public. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's not your intent for less people to know about a potential zoning change.
That is correct.
Okay. In our discussions, and I'm sorry, Representative Moore, I tried to get there in time and I was told you were already closing. So I hope that we can move on this amendment in third reading. So it's currently, today, adjoining property owners get written notification. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And will that continue with your bill now?
Yes.
Okay. Will that continue through certified mail and notification to the 200 feet around the property?
Yes.
Okay. Right now there's a may. Most of us, when we're home, we see a sign that says zoning change requested. Call the city of X, Y, or Z. Correct?
That's right.
But that's not always the case. Do you know why that's not always the case?
I do not.
Well, the cities are responsible, one, for the maintenance of that sign. So keep in mind, members, if there's a zoning change in your district, it's the city that's responsible, or the zoning commission. Should it not be the responsibility of the applicant to maintain that sign? Should it be the applicant that should maintain that sign? Otherwise, you could literally have someone that has a zoning change, the sign get put up, they could take it down. And no one in the community knows that there's going to be a zoning change if they live outside that boundary. Could you see where that could happen?
I could.
Okay. That would not be your intent.
No.
To hide a development, nor should it be the intent of any developer to hide or disguise a potential zoning change. Would you agree that that would be in the best interest of your constituents?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you, I'm going to bring this amendment to, I would like your support in supporting this third reading amendment, which makes that clear that it is the responsibility of of the applicant to not disguise or try to hide in any way to allow for public input. We do agree that public input is important
Absolutely.
in these kinds of.
Thank you.
Representative.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentlelady
Will
yield?
the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you for yielding,
Thank you.
Representative Orr. So, interestingly, we had this same type thing happened in Houston, where somebody new to the neighborhood came and wanted to change the character of a piece of land. And there was a requirement that there be a notice at one place, like on the street, and it was very ambiguous. And so if you drove by the sign, it didn't tell you what they were trying to do and how they were trying to change it. What specific requirements are required in the notice?
We retain what is currently required, which is certified mail to the adjacent property owners. But it's also, if the city maintains a website now, it's going to be available there, got to be available there, and also in the local newspaper.
No, but what has to be, so for example, in Houston, if it used to be a residential lot, and somebody now wants to put up a building and they want to make it commercial, you have to tell the people that you're changing it from a residential lot to a commercial lot, that you are trying to turn it, I don't know, into a convenience store instead of a residential lot. What notice is required to give the adjacent landowners or the ones within 200 feet?
Within 200 feet, they get mail, registered mail.
Actually, but we do have chapter 42. Okay, but my question is, Rep. De Ayala just reminded me in Houston we don't have zoning, and I understand that. But still, if I live adjacent to somebody, I want to know what they're putting on my property.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, what they're putting on the property next door to me. So my question is, what do you, as a landowner who's changing the character of the property, what do you have to tell me? Do you have to tell me what you're doing? Like, how would I know how you're trying to change it?
You would be notified of the availability of making a valid petition if you wanted to object to the use that's being proposed.
Right, but how am I going to know what the use is specifically? Do you have to say, I am changing this from this to this specifically?
The city will notice you, yes.
Of the specific change?
Yes.
And do you have, I don't know, do you have hearings with the city?
Oh, absolutely. Public hearings, yes.
And so there's a public hearing. Are you
Yes, ma'am.
required to give notice of when the public hearing is?
15 days in advance.
You have to give it 15 days in advance. Sometimes I know that at least in Houston, it's the Planning Commission. There may be a lot of opposition to the change in the character of the land. And so sometimes they will cancel the meeting, right? Because they don't want to have a lot of opposition. If the meeting is canceled and it is rescheduled, do you have to give another notice of the,
yes,
I guess, the next meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
You do? And are there procedures in the notice to show you how to, I guess, lawfully object?
Yes, there is. I received one of these myself because of a neighboring property, and it gives you instructions on how to file a valid petition and turn it in to the Planning or Zoning Committee.
So is the only notice you get in the mail?
Well, you get it in the mail if you're affected or adjacent, but you can also see it on the website, and you can also read about it in the newspaper. And if I accept, and I plan to, Romero's amendment, then it'll be posted on the actual lot.
That's actually what I was getting to. So again, I worked in Houston to try to give people who live in the neighborhood where they're trying to change something notice, right? Because it affects the quality of the neighborhood. Is there any way, at least in Houston, what we did was we required a notice, a big notice that told the character of the change at the end of both streets. So at some neighborhoods, you'll only come in one way and leave one way. And another, and you don't go the other way. And it was important, I thought, for the people in the radius to know. So if I only go on one street and don't go on another street, So we require that at the end of both streets. Do you guys have anything like that, where the notice is at the end of both streets so that the people who live in that neighborhood can be put on notice that something may change?
We didn't address that in the bill.
I'm sorry?
We did not address that in this bill.
I would actually like to speak with you about that and why I believe it to be important for perhaps an amendment, I guess on third reading. I don't want to stop the role of your bill today, but I'd like to speak with you because sometimes people are so busy, but those signs notifying you will let you know to pay attention.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady
Mr.
yield for
Speaker?
questions? The lady yields.
Representative Orr, it's correct, is it not, that a city council can generally change any law or ordinance with a majority vote? Isn't that generally the case?
For most things, but not
Right.
a valid petition right now for.
But in the case of neighbors within 200 feet submitting a valid petition, they can't decide to rezone the neighborhood and put an industrial use right next to the neighborhood unless they have a supermajority vote. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But your bill eliminates that protection and leaves them in the same situation as anyone else in front of the city council. A simple majority vote could take away the zoning that they relied on when they made their biggest investment in their home, and suddenly they have an industrial or commercial use right next door. That's what your bill does, doesn't it?
The city council already makes a multitude of decisions based on a simple majority.
Thank you, and that's what your bill does.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3305. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3305 is passed. House Bill 24 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 2017 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2017 by Gertis, relating to increasing the minimum term of imprisonment and changing the eligibility for community supervision, mandatory supervision, and parole for certain persons convicted of intoxication manslaughter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2017 is a bill I filed in response to a tragic loss in my district. In October of 2024, just last year, Grayson Davis was tragically killed after being struck head-on by a drunk driver. Grayson fought for several days on life support, surrounded by hundreds of loved ones who came to say goodbye before he went to be with the Lord. His family is devastated and have joined us today here in the gallery. Grayson's killer had been deported twice and previously arrested.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for
Will the gentleman please yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Gertis, I want to thank you for bringing this bill to me, and thank you for your hard work with me and other representatives on trying to change this bill to where we believe it actually made a bigger difference and accomplished your goal. I want to thank you for your efforts, and I'll be voting for your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Canales. Grayson was a neighbor, a friend, and a brother, and more importantly, he was a fixture in our Bastrop community, and none of us who were lucky enough to know him will ever forget him. And members, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gertis.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to explain the amendment.
In Texas, when an individual shows a pattern of extreme disregard for the law, we increase penalties. Intoxication manslaughter is no exception. By changing the penalty structure of the bill from a minimum sentence to a first-degree felony, we ensure the higher charge only applies to those with a prior drunk driving conviction, and as well as tightening the scope of the bill. I'd like to thank my colleagues, Speaker Moody, as well as Chairman Canales and Romero, for working with me on this amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Gertis. I appreciate the time on this.
And I just want to make sure that we're clear on the language of the amendment has essentially three different factors that have to come into play. If the amendment's adopted, three factors that have to come into play for the mandatory minimums to then be applicable to that particular defendant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the first of those is we're talking about intoxication manslaughter, so a case in which someone has been killed.
Correct.
As a result of the accident. That individual will have also had to have had a prior conviction for a number of offenses, but I'm going to just generally call them intoxication offenses. So DWI, BWI, any of those.
Right.
So they would have had to have that as well. And then they would also have to be in violation of Chapter 51 of the Penal Code.
That is correct.
So all three have to be present for the functional parts of the underlying bill to come into play as the amendment reads.
That's correct, Speaker Moody. We wanted to make sure that folks that have this type of repeated behavior have the increased penalty.
Okay.
And that's the intent.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Gertie sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gerties to close on the bill.
In memory of Grayson Davis, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2017. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2017 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3010. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3010 by Ashby relating to the establishment of the Rural Infrastructure Disaster Recovery Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes the Rural Infrastructure Disaster Recovery Program to be administered by TDEM for our smaller rural counties to help them repair or replace critical infrastructure damaged by a natural disaster. It would only apply to counties covered by a governor's disaster declaration, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3010. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3010 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3112. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3112 by Tepper relating to the application of the Open Meetings Law and Public Information Law to government information related to certain cybersecurity measures.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3112 ensures governments don't have to discuss cybersecurity measures in an open meeting if the discussion is solely intended to protect a critical infrastructure facility. The bill also accepts certain cybersecurity information from requirement that a governmental body makes public information available to the public. This is to protect you against ransomware and attacks. We are at war, albeit a cold war, and it continues. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3112. Back it up, members. We have an amendment. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
Amendment by Tepper.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to explain the amendment.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment which clarifies what happens if a court order disclosure occurs and we get to notify the contractors. Move passage.
Mr. Tepper sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Tepper to close on the bill.
I know I just forgot. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3112. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3112 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4215. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4215 by Hunter relating to the regulation of delivery network companies requiring an occupational permit, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill basically organizes and places third-party delivery under TDLR, and I'll be working with some of the members here. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4215. All those in favor say A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 4215 is passed to engrossment. House Bill 32. House Bill 30. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3223. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3223 by Leach, relating to statutes of limitation and repose of certain claims involving the construction or repair of an improvement to real property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill brings private commercial projects in line with public commercial projects by reducing the statute of repose to 8 years with a 1-year tail. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3223. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3223 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3464. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3464 by Meza, relating to the offense of providing a controlled substance to a person in the custody of a correctional facility, increasing a criminal penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Meza to explain the bill.
Thank you, speakers and members. This is a corrections bill, so I'm appropriately wearing my stripes today. You know that we have problems in our prisons, and one of them is a problem of drugs, that our prisoners having access to drugs. And so for a long time, we thought the reason why they were having access was that friends and family were bringing it in. So the prison took the appropriate actions to stop that, but the drugs were still there. So where were they coming from? They found out that they were coming from the prison guards. The prison guards were selling drugs to the prisoners. So this bill is to address that issue by increasing the penalty if there's a serious injury or death as a result of drugs sold by a prison guard to a prisoner. And so a lot of times I know we wonder when we increase penalties and on crimes, does it really have an effect? Does it really change anybody's behavior? We know this one will, because it's directed at a particular population. It's addressed to the prison guards. They're going to know about the bill being passed. They're going to have education. They're going to have training about it. And I think it will drastically change any interest that they will have on selling drugs to the prisoners. They're abusing their trusted position, and so we'd like to change that. So I ask for your support, request passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3464. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3464 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3120 by Kitzman, relating to certain duties of the owner or operator of a residential child detention facility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3120 is to protect unaccompanied minors who are crossed into our country. These children are taken advantage of and brutally harmed in the most heinous manner. This bill directs NGO facilities and makes sure that they are compelled to follow the law to protect these vulnerable children. Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kitzman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the amendment.
This amendment just clarifies some language in there to make it easier to adopt.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the amendment just hasn't pulled up yet. Could you clarify a little bit more about what this does?
There was a little language in there, and we were asked to remove it. There's a series of things that they're supposed to do, and one of them was an education plan for the children residing in the facility. And since most of these children aren't there long enough to get an education plan to begin with,
Y'all are removing
we
that?
agreed to remove that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kitzman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to close on the bill.
Members, I ask you to help me to defend these children. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3120. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3120 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4214. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4214 by Curry, relating to public information law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Curry to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 4214 is a bill that gives our constituents a single spot to access information to make requests of their government. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4214. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4214 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4511. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4511 by Smithy relating to wind energy rights and wind energy development agreements.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill that aims to basically define the right between a landowner and a wind developer. And I've got an amendment that's going to make sure it just applies prospectively only.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly, yes.
The gentleman yields.
Chairman Smithy, I'm working through your bill. In section 1 of the bill, it's the bottom of page 1, your proposed section 303.0002 deals with the rights of surface estate owners to capture and employ wind energy. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you walk me and the chamber through what you're intending to accomplish through that provision?
Well, okay, so wind energy is a relatively new development here in Texas. It's occurred over the last 15 years or so. And the Texas courts nor the legislature have ever defined what the actual right is if you have a lease or a severable wind interest in the property. And so I think both sides would, it really doesn't matter which one it is so much as just defining what that legal estate is in that situation. And so it really shouldn't be a severable estate because, like with a mineral estate, the mineral owner owns the oil and gas or whatever minerals in place under the ground. And in a water interest, the water interest owner owns the water in place under the ground. But there's no wind to own. You can't own the wind. So what this says is that the owner of the surface of the land owns the right to capture the kinetic energy of the wind.
And one of the things that that caused me to ask you some questions about it is it states that the owner of a surface estate has an inherent right, either directly or through a wind energy developer under a wind energy agreement, to capture and employ the kinetic energy of the wind. What does it mean that that a surface owner has that inherent right?
Well, I would say that it's part of the bundle of rights. It's part of one of the bundle of rights, and the part that it's a part of is the right to use and enjoy your property. And so the surface owner has that right. The surface owner, however, under this bill, can lease that right out to a third party through a wind energy development agreement.
But why shouldn't it be severable? So I look at the second sentence, it says, the right described by this section is not severable from the surface estate. Can you just explain what severable means and why we wouldn't want it to be severable?
Yeah, like right now, as I said, as I understand it, there are at least two property interests that are severable from the surface. One is a mineral interest. One is a groundwater interest. I don't know about a timber interest. I don't believe it is. But those are two that are severable right now. But wind energy is different from those because there's nothing tangible or physical to own. You can't own the wind.
I do understand that, but if the right ceases to be severable, doesn't that mean that you can't transfer it to someone else?
No, it just means you transfer that right through a lease. You lease your surface for the purpose of constructing wind towers to capture the kinetic energy of the wind. That's all we're saying is that it becomes, that you do it through a lease rather than a deed.
Meaning you can't deed your wind rights to someone else.
Well, now in the past, I don't know the answer to that. If this bill passes, it's prospective only, and it would say in the future, this needs to be handled as a lease of rights. Therefore, a deed would not pass any property interest, it might be construed as a lease.
But, okay, I'm sorry, we're getting really technical here. I'm trying to understand it as well. If this bill passes, someone who owns real estate will not be able to convey a fee simple interest in the, I'll call it the wind estate, to someone else.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
I'm going to raise a point of order under Rule 8, Section 1, the caption rule. The caption does not adequately cover the subject.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Little raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for House Bill 4511 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure. Section 303.0002 Utilities Code, as added by the bill, establishes that the right of a surface estate owner to capture wind energy is not severable. This section affects more than wind energy agreements, including conveyances. While the rights of a surface estate owner in capturing wind energy may be related to wind energy agreements, the section affecting those rights is also a separate and substantive provision of the bill required to be referenced in the caption. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 6, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2014 to consider House Bill 3207 by Representative Dean.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs to meet in public hearing Tuesday, May 6, 2025 at 8 a.m. room E2026 to consider House Bill 5694 by Luther relating to the creation of the Fannin Improvement District, Fannin County Improvement District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, to hear HB 5689 by Hayes relating to the powers and duties and validating certain actions and proceedings of the Coal Ranch Improvement District Number 1 of Denton County, Texas, and to hear House Bill 5690 by Hayes related to the powers and duties and validating certain actions and proceedings of the Hunter Ranch Improvement District Number 1 of Denton County, Texas. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Higher Education in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 6, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2036 to consider Senate Bill 646 by West relating to repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism a public hearing on Thursday, May 8, 2025 at 9 a.m. in room E2.028 to consider SB 2139 by King relating to the authority of the Texas Military Department to negotiate the release of a revisionary interest in certain other interests of the state and certain property in Palo Pinto County owned by the Palo Pinto County Livestock Association.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3704. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3704 by Anchia relating to notaries public creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3704 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4081. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4081 by Vasut relating to the sealing of certain documents alleged to contain trade secrets.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill to streamline the process for sealing documents containing trade secrets and trade secret litigation while protecting the public's right to access them later. And I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During committee, questions were raised from outside interests about lawyers about why we need to file a affidavit with the Supreme Court in addition to the trial court. just be able to file it with the trial court. That's where the documents are going to be sealed. That's where the records are going to be kept. And it's acceptable to me. Move adoption.
Mr. Vasut sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to close on the bill.
Thank you for the use of the hall. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4081. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4081 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4783. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4783 by Van Dever relating to a report on governmental opioid antagonist programs to reverse and prevent opioid overdoses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4783 directs the Health and Human Services Commission to prepare a biennial report on the opioid antagonist program. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4783. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4783 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4063. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4063 by Ordaz relating to the filing and release of a record of a unilateral memorandum of contract concerning residential property.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4063 adds safeguards to prevent fraudulent or abusive filings while maintaining the purpose of legitimate memorandum of contract notices. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4063. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4063 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2783. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2783 by Garcia of Dallas relating to the automatic participation by certain county employees in deferred compensation plans provided by certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Dallas for her first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2783 strengthens county employee retirement and gives our counties more options to support their employees. This bill will allow county commissioner courts to elect and implement automatic employee participation and deferred compensation plan. This will allow counties to enroll new employees in deferred compensation plans, ensuring more employees benefit from these valuable programs. This bill will strengthen the retirement plans of thousands of county employees across our state, while county employees retain flexibility and choice in their participation.
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
The lady
Thank you. So I'm on the policy committee, and we were looking at your bill, and at first we were thinking that it was required that these employees add the 3% onto their check to take out for retirement or whatever. But can you explain that more clearly so everyone knows exactly what your bill does, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking. It is not required. It is a choice. They can opt out of it, and all of this is laid out at the time when they are signing up. So we currently have that implemented for state employees and elected officials. It is more common that folks will invest if we have it set up this way, and we're just looking for more families to be secure with their retirement plans.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields.
Thank you, Representative. So I just wanted to know, do you have an opinion on giving young people a head start by teaching them personal financial literacy in high school?
I have a strong opinion on that. And yes, I think it's very important for kids to learn financial literacy.
Did you know that was my first bill on this House floor, my first session?
I did, yes.
So, did you write the book on investing? And did you give the book to each of us?
I did. I wrote a book on direct ownership in free markets because I believe in it strongly.
So when it comes to investing, I'm not going to ask you for a tip on smart investing in the stock market because that might be considered insider trading, but I will ask you, who got you started on your investing path?
I had a colleague that got me started. Shout out to Nick Levin, who really pushed me to invest in Netflix back when it was trading at $23 a share.
Wow. And what is it up to now?
It's about $1,100.
That's a good investment.
Yes.
So besides stocks and bonds and that type of investing, do you think it makes sense to invest in people?
Absolutely. It's even more important to invest in people.
Like maybe our school children?
Absolutely.
And finally, most of us understand that the American dream of home ownership is something many people strive for, but sometimes it's out of reach. Did you know the state of Texas has a program called the Homes for Texas Heroes?
I do know about that program. It helps firefighters, law enforcement, and educators purchase their first home.
Did you know this program is underutilized because the income qualifications are too narrow?
We do need to work on widening that, yes.
And that if we expand the income qualifications and help more people buy homes, the fund wouldn't run out of money because it's like a bank making loans. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, Rep. Garcia. You have a wonderful bill, and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
I rise to call a point of order. Further consideration of this bill under Rule 7, Section 11. The caption is too broad.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Probably.
The point of order is withdrawn.
You said that so sincerely. Fair.
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
Will the lady
questions?
yield for?
I yield for questions.
The lady yields for questions.
So you have been recognized before you became elected for your work with podcasting and financial advising, correct?
Correct.
And you have this photograph in Dallas Magazine.
Yes, I do.
And this photograph could best be described as somebody coming out of the 10th round of a boxing ring and knocking somebody out.
Sure.
I mean, strongest photo I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields.
Before my question, I just want to say that I knew of you before you ever ran for office because I bought your book, Wealth Warrior, and I was so proud to support a Latina writing a book about financial literacy and just empowering communities. So it made sense that you're on Pensions and Investment Committee. And so are you going to teach us all how to be rich?
Well, I can help teach you how to invest, and we can start by investing your campaign funds.
Awesome. I like that. And what about, will you explain to us what an NFT is?
Can I?
I'm kidding, because it's kind of a,
it's a picture that you can sell and have ownership to it, but don't invest in that.
Okay,
It's a terrible investment.
Good job, good job. And my last question is, did they give you the keys yet to the members resort?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a couple questions?
Will the lady yield for questions? Lady yields.
I was listening to some of the hilarity that preceded my questions, and there seems to be a lot of conversation about your financial acumen, your background in investing, and some of that work. So I'm just curious, why then are you only making $600 a month in this current job?
It's because I have the flexibility to do that, because I have invested, and so that has set me up.
Okay. Then we definitely need you to pass out that information to the rest of the membership. I'd appreciate it. Just one other question. I noticed in my extensive research of your Wikipedia page, it said that you grew up part-time in California. Is that correct?
Well, just to clarify, my parents met in Dallas, Texas. They both worked at Southwest Airlines, and they got married in Dallas, and so I was conceived in Dallas.
Yeah, I feel like you avoided my question. Did you spend some time growing up in California?
I am not advised.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to assume what I read on the internet is true, because that's how it works. And I'm just impressed, because I just want to know how you got all of your freshman Republican colleagues to be okay with Californiaing the Texas House.
Don't set me up like this.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bojani, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
I yield for questions.
Okay, thank you.
She yields for questions.
Representative Garcia, I've heard this rumor that you're the best female ping pong player in the entire Texas House of Representatives. Is that true?
That is correct, only because I might be the only woman that has played with you all.
That's awesome. Yeah, it seems like you beat all the guys in the ping pong challenge as well. Is that true?
That's true.
That's awesome. Welcome to the Texas House. So honored to have you.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2783. This is a record vote. I will give you time to get to your desks. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Kerwin voting nay. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting nay. Have all voted. There being 97 ayes, 41 nays, House Bill 2783 is passed to engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4937. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1506. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1506 by Parker relating to the frequency with which the Board of Pardons and Parolees reconsiders inmates for release on parole.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will allow the parole board the discretion to set the next review date for an offender from 1 to 5 years, depending on the particulars of the case. And I do believe we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Real quick, so the focus of the bill is really victim-centric in terms of making folks come back before the Board of Pardons and Paroles and not re-victimizing them through the process. There were a number of offenses that were captured by the base bill. I had a really good discussion with Senator Parker, as is his legislation, and Chairman Harless, who's sponsoring it here in the House. This amendment will remove some offenses from the 5-year potential set-off, and so that way we're focusing on the victim crimes and not those that are victimless. So this carves out some offenses, and it's acceptable to the author, and I've been working with Senator Parker, and it's acceptable to his office as well. I move adoption.
The question occurs, Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection on the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1506. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1506 is passed to third reading. Mr. Harless moves to lay House Bill 4937 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on the second reading House Bill 5085. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5085 by Gervin Hawkins relating to the study on the impact of certain seed banks and seed preservations on access to food and the environment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a seed bill. Seed banks and seed preservation efforts are crucial for safeguarding genetic material of native plants and crops. Lands that have been devastated by extreme weather and natural disasters can be reborn by introducing native plant species to the landscape. So we're building on existing knowledge surrounding seed banks. With that, I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this amendment does is clarifies further the intent of the bill, that in addition to studying these seeds, it would include the environment, including ecosystem restoration, biodiversity, recovery following a natural disaster, including a hurricane, fire, or flood. With that, I believe the amendment is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Kane sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 5085. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Speaker Craddock voting aye. Have all voted. There being 94 ayes, 45 nays, House Bill 5085 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2510. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2510 by Turner relating to assisted living facility operations and provisions of certain services to assisted living facility residents without a license, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to tell you what this bill does and what it does not, equally importantly, but I want to tell you about how it came to write this legislation. Last year, in 2024, there were some shocking headlines in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where Arlington police had raided 5 boarding homes in Arlington and also some in surrounding communities like Grand Prairie and Mansfield, and found that these homes were operating as unlicensed assisted living facilities. And shockingly, there were more than 20 deaths linked to these 5 homes in our community. And police had numerous reports that victims' families were cut off from each other, had their phones and property confiscated, residents were secluded, denied vital medical treatment. Court records show that investigators found large amounts of medication while searching these homes. Some of these were prescribed to residents who were still alive. Some medication were from residents who had since passed away. The lead investigator with the Arlington Police Department on the case described it as incredibly disturbing and noted that in his 20 to 23 years as a police officer, he had never seen anything like this. So what this bill does is it says that if you're operating a boarding home and you are providing services that qualify as assisted living services under current law, it's a crime to do that. And we need to give local law enforcement officials more tools to be able to crack down on these shady operators who are taking advantage of some of the most vulnerable people in our community. And that's what the bill does. It doesn't change anything with respect to existing licensing requirements. It just gives local law enforcement an additional tool to help keep our communities safe.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Contrary to what people think, because they're listening right now, they think we're going to argue about this, but we're not. This is for my district too, right?
Absolutely, Representative Tinderholt. This is a very sad case, affected your district and mine and some of our other colleagues as well.
So I want to talk about regulation and licensing and stuff. Can you talk really quick? Are you licensing anything? Are you regulating anything? Kind of go through that real quick, because I think there's some misunderstanding on this bill where there were quite a few people that were talking about possibly being a no, and I want to talk through that very briefly.
No, and I appreciate that. Thank you for asking that. This bill does not change anything with respect to licensing requirements in the state of Texas. We don't change one syllable, one punctuation mark in that part of the code. All it says is that we have existing licensing requirements. You have to, if you're operating an assisted living facility in the state of Texas, you have to be licensed. That's been the law for many, many years. We're simply saying if you do that now, if you do operate a facility and perform assisted living services without a license, it's a Class A misdemeanor.
And just out of curiosity, you and I were kind of talking earlier, it could take 6 months to 2 years for HHSC to research this and actually follow up. Is that semi-accurate?
That's exactly right, Representative Tinderholt. So under existing law, it is illegal to operate an unlicensed assisted living facility, but it's basically an administrative violation. So what has to happen is Health and Human Services Commission, which, as everyone knows, we have given them a lot of responsibility over a wide array of areas. So they're short-staffed. They have to learn about it, they have to figure out what's going on, they have to investigate, then they have to go to court and get a civil court order to be able to go and take action against the facility. That can take months or even years in some cases. What we want to do with this legislation is complement what HHSC is able to do now by giving local law enforcement officials the ability to shut these places down on the spot when they come across.
Would it keep the people in yours and mine and other districts safe with these homes that are operating with 12, 15 people in them?
I think so, Representative. You know, a lot of times what happens is someone will be discharged from the hospital. Maybe they've had a massive heart attack. Maybe they've been a stroke patient. Another kind of debilitating illness, and they have nowhere to go. They can't go back home. They need some level of care, and there's these services out there that sort of direct them to facilities. Some of those are licensed, very good facilities that you would want to have your loved one in, but others are like what we saw in our community, where they are not licensed, and you would not want to have anyone you cared about, and you wouldn't want to see any of your fellow Texans there. And so we want to shut down those bad operators and make sure that people in vulnerable situations, whether they had a traumatic medical event, a severe injury, they're elderly, or they have IDD, that they're in facilities where they're going to be cared for and taken care of.
So in short, local law enforcement are going to be able to assist HHSC and shut these places down because the process is so long for HHSC. I think that's pretty much the short.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what it does.
Right. I'll be voting yes for this bill, and I hope that my peers will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate that.
Ms. Hall, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, of course.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I know you've already clarified that this does not add or make any changes to current licensing. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you for that. I know we had a lot of discussion on this in committee, so I just want to make sure that that is clarified for the record once and for all.
Thank you.
And what does this bill, how will this impact assisted living facilities who are currently following all state laws?
That's a great question. It will not impact them at all. If an assisted living facility is following all state laws in the state, this will not affect them whatsoever.
Wonderful. And law enforcement, they are supportive of this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairwoman Hull. As we heard in your committee a few weeks ago on this bill, we had testimony from the Grand Prairie Police Department because they've dealt with this issue a lot in Grand Prairie. They came and testified in support of it. I believe Dallas Police and Houston Police also dropped cards in support in your committee.
Wonderful. So your bill doesn't make any changes to licensing requirements, doesn't affect anyone who is following the law, and is supported by law enforcement, correct?
That's absolutely correct. You got it.
Thank you. Great bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hull. Thank you for being a joint author on the bill with me. I appreciate it. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2510. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2510 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3426. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3426 by Capriglione, relating to the issuance of a digital driver's license, commercial driver's license, and personal identification certificates authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3426 modernizes the way Texans access and present their driver's license by authorizing the issuance of a digital driver's license as an optional companion to the physical license. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield?
Will the
I
gentleman
do,
yield for
yes.
questions?
Mr.
Gen-
Capriglio, this is a
gentleman yields.
fantastic bill. Do you know of a representative that may have filed this 4 times in a row?
I do. Also, a fantastic representative.
Thank you for bringing this bill to the floor.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Hopper, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for just a few
Will
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
The
I
gentleman
yield
yields.
for questions and answers.
Representative, I tell you what, I think a lot of us here have had a lot of constituents reach out to us over the last few days with a lot of concerns of this bill. So I just want to ask you a few questions.
Sure.
Maybe you can put their concerns to rest. So first of all, how would the application detect and respond to breaches, tampering attempts and whatnot? Like
Sure.
the bill talks about an application that you download, but it's I assume this is a third-party application. So maybe you could speak to that.
Sure. In so many ways, this is significantly more secure than the current practice. Obviously, information that's included on your driver's license is already available online. What this does is similar to a cell phone application you have now. It would be installed on your cell phone. It has certain security requirements, certain access, wireless, and so on. And as people know, obviously, applications and data stored on your cell phone is in a significantly more secure place than it would be, let's say, on a physical hard copy.
Mm-hmm. So what happens if like a user's device is stolen, lost, or compromised in any way?
Sure. So if and again, it's relative to, let's say, you lose your wallet. If you lose your wallet or your purse and someone goes through and they see your driver's license, they get all the information that's on there, right? They get your date of birth, they get your weight, they get your home address, your full name. Whereas if you think about what happens if you lose your cell phone, it's impossible to get inside of the cell phone, right? You would have to know the person's passwords, or you'd have to have facial recognition, be able to bypass that. So in so many ways, it is significantly more secure than a physical hard copy.
So how would law enforcement authenticate this? If you have it on your phone, you unlock your phone, how do they know it's not spoofed with a fake?
Sure. If you want to think about how this would work in practice, think about how maybe if you have, and not to use this particular company, but a wallet or a digital wallet already on your cell phone, and you buy let's say tickets to a sports event or something, or a music event, there's a significant amount of actual authentication that occurs between the phone and the provider. Sometimes that requires you putting in additional passcode, or sometimes even showing a piece of your face as well. And so in the similar way that applications are already running on people's phones, it would run that same way. And so for that reason, it's just, again, to belabor that point, it's significantly secure.
Can you imagine any sort of future condition? I don't know if this exists right now in any of the applications we're considering, where let's say you make a credit card purchase, and then the credit card prompts the user, the phone owner, hey, we'd like to have access to your driver's license. Would you like to grant access? Do you see that this opens the door to that?
No, that won't be allowed, right? I mean, usually that's in the operating system to allow it access to maybe the microphone, or to or whatever, to the sensors or the speaker and that kind of things. But no, this will be a self-contained application that won't have access to anything other than the application itself grants access to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so the application is going to be, the data that is backing all this is going to be hosted in some sort of third-party provider. What kind of risks do you think that provider assumes to having all this data in one place? How do you see that working?
Well, unfortunately, that data is all in one place now, right? And a lot of the information that's on your driver's license, unfortunately, is also available in some cases publicly. If you think about how often, whether it's you go to a bank or whether you go to the airport or wherever it is, there's already authentication and other data that's been made available and is stored in different databases everywhere. What this bill does is it directs DPS to come up with rules to protect not just the security from a cyber perspective, but also to put in additional regulations to maintain individuals' privacy. So let's talk about an example. Let's say right now let's say you're 21, 22, 23 years old, and you want to prove your identity. Let's say you're going into a bar or whatever. You give that person your driver's license. You've effectively given them all of your information. With this, it can be set up so that the reader that they have only provides the necessary information. So now you're not saying, hey, here's my photo and here's all of this, which can be copied or scanned or what have you. All it's going to do is say this person is over 21 or under 21.
Okay.
So in that way, it significantly limits the amount of information. And again, this is, and just to back up 1 second, this is an optional license. So people will still have to have their physical driver's license. But if you can think about how much easier it might be for establishments that will allow you to use it, it'll just be a lot easier and actually be better for privacy issues.
Okay. And so if I'm offline, because that's one of the requirements in the bill, is that I should be able to work offline.
Yes.
If I'm offline and a law enforcement officer, let's say no one has communication on the internet, and law enforcement officer comes along and says, hey, I'd like to look at your driver's license. Well, I only got one on my phone. I want to see that. How do they authenticate that there?
Sure. So first I'll say that there would still be a requirement that you keep your physical copy with you, right? And so you would have to, this does not obviate the need for you to have your physical hard copy with you. So I'll leave it with that. You'll still have to have your physical hard copy. But if you want to take it a step further, you can see that without wireless connectivity, you would still have the ability to authenticate it by whether there's a QR code on there or something that provides a lot of information about the authenticity of that device. But again, to get to my first point is you still have to have your hard copy with you.
Do you see, so I mean, you got to unlock your phone in order to make this possible. Does that open up, do you expect that you would have the driver's license holder hand their phone over to the law enforcement officer? Do you see that as being the way that this works mechanically?
No, in fact, there's a section on page 4, section 526.102, that specifically says that presentation by a person on a wireless communication device of a digital ID issued under this chapter does not constitute effective consent for a peace officer or any other person to access the contents.
Okay.
So it specifically does not allow for that.
Okay. Excellent. So let me ask you, like, what privacy protections are in place, or do you imagine that will be in place to prevent some sort of data collection or surveillance of any sort of authentication process that goes on over the internet?
Well, so a lot of that is going to be left to the department that by rule shall adopt those measures. But again, if I could go back to the examples of just in and of itself, how much more secure this is. Most of, you can either do one, you can hack and breach the database contents that hold your personal information, that kind of stuff. But that's although that's happened, it's a tall order. But the most common way is, again, when you hand that device to someone, or when you hand the card to someone else, they start making copies or scanning, or they can get access from the Stripe and so on. And so what the department will do is look at making sure that the only information that is transferred between the device and the person, whether that's a private establishment or what have you, is what is required. And that no information is collected that is not already required by a driver's license, right? So you already have to provide certain information to DPS or DMV or what have you in terms of getting the driver's license, so you wouldn't have to do anything more than that.
But the authentication by that third party, the law enforcement officer or whatever that's talking to you and wants to authenticate that digital driver's license, it's probably going to be through some sort of certificate authority or something of that nature. It's normal sort of handshaking.
Right. I'm assuming how they actually implement that, whether it's a public-private key, whether they use some other type of encryption methods, I'm not sure. But I think, obviously it's going to be the department's job to make sure that this isn't breached, this isn't hacked, and that it uses the best security that we can to make sure that we respect each individual person's privacy while also maintaining the secrecy of the information that's contained.
So based upon, you know a lot about this and you have a lot of expertise in this area. Based upon everything you've seen, do you think that the federal government or any of the agencies in the federal government would have the sophisticated ability to be able to do a man-in-the-middle attack of that authentication process and spoof a driver's license when you're trying to authenticate another one?
I can't say never because there's
Mr. Speaker, I can't really hear.
Okay.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
What I'll say on that is there's, I think, already 11, 12, 13 states that do this, and we haven't seen an effective attack on that. Also, the federal government, TSA, also accepts this as well. And so, obviously, there will be people that will try and make these attempts, but I'll go back again to a lot of this data is already available, and unfortunately, in some cases, has been breached. So, this will be a much more difficult way to get access to this data.
And finally, what would you say to someone who's concerned that this is putting us on a path towards more of a dystopian government tracking you everywhere you go, knowing all your information, being able to tie purchases to your identity? Right now, your identity is kind of in your pocket. We don't really trust it that much.
Sure.
And we know that the government doesn't trust it that much because whenever they actually want to authenticate you, they want you 3 forms of ID. I mean, your driver's license has very little veracity at all.
Right.
So what would you say to that person to say, don't worry about this. This isn't the path that Texas is putting you on?
Sure. First of all, absolutely, this is optional. It is 100% optional. You don't even have to get one. It's not allowed in certain circumstances, so that's step one. In step two, the privacy rules that I imagine DPS and department will have will not allow it in the same way that the physical cards don't. When you use a driver's license, it's not the government necessarily that's keeping track of those purchases, but what you really have to worry about is if those commercial enterprises themselves try and sell that information elsewhere. And I believe that doing this digitally provides actually more protections. We passed House Bill 4 last session, which some of this data would also be covered under. And so because of what we did last session, I think that the consumers' rights and the privacy rights that we established before would also come into play on a lot of this.
Thank you very much for hearing.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3426. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting nay. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all voted. There being 106 ayes, 34 nays, House Bill 3426 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 104 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 104 by Bonin, relating to the creation of the Texas Future Fund, the Texas Future Fund Investment Review Board, and the permissible investments by the Economic Stabilization Fund.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will allow us to earn a higher rate of return on a relatively small portion of the ESF, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment will move the requirement for an audit from a may to a shall, and it will do it each year instead of every other year. It's acceptable to the author. I move adoption of the amendment.
Dr. Bonin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close.
I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 104. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Nay, I'm sorry, show Ms. Jones of Harris voting nay. Have all voted. There being 107 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 104 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4361. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4361 by Ward Johnson, relating to establishing policies regarding the timely issuance of emergency notifications at public institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson to explain the bill. Her first bill. The chair recognizes Ms. Ward Johnson to explain the bill.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 4361's main goal is to foster better communication and safety on campuses of our higher education institution. In 1990, President H.W. Bush signed what we now refer to as the Jen Cleary Campus Safety Act, One of the provisions within this piece of federal legislation provided guidelines on situations in which universities and colleges need to send timely warning and emergency notifications. However, there is not much guidance on how quickly to issue these notifications or best practices associated with them. HB 4361 would have the Higher Education Coordinating Board work with colleges and universities, specifically administrators, faculty, students, and staff to craft standardized procedures for emergency notifications. Did he already ask me a question?
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
Will the lady yield for questions?
For questions, yes, I do yield for questions.
Lady yields.
Thank you so much. Representative, what's your last name again?
Ward Johnson.
Ward Johnson. Is that a Louisiana name or a Texas name or?
It's a Texas name.
Oh, okay. Do you happen to have any staffers from the Southeast Texas area?
The Southeast, yes.
So that's why you get up smiling every day, because you have the best. Okay, well, just wondering that one. And also, who had the seat that you're currently in before you?
Representative Jarvis Johnson.
Oh, have you ever met him?
I did. I have met him.
You have?
I have met him before.
Okay. Well, just a few more questions. One, I heard that, Representative, that you were a cougar, and I was trying to see, is that because you're single or because of your alumni?
Both.
My other question real quick is, that was a good comeback, is I heard that you like Beyonce.
I do.
And I heard one of your favorite albums is Lemonade. And I was wondering, do you like that with salt or with sugar?
I am not advised.
Love having you in the house. You're doing great work. Love having you here.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield?
For questions, yes.
The lady yields for questions.
Rep. Ward Johnson,
Yes.
how long have we known each other?
About over 30 years.
It's way closer to 40, but I'll let you make it. So I knew you before you were Johnson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how do we know each other?
We went to the same university, the University of Houston, and we pledged the same sorority.
Okay. And so that means I knew you before your ex-husband?
Correct.
So was I one of y'all's bridesmaids?
Yeah, yes, you were. Front and center.
I sure was. So this is pretty accurate trivia that both of your children both have parents who served in the Texas legislature.
That's correct.
And y'all both served or are serving 139.
Correct.
So would you agree with me that that's a flex and a legacy?
Yes, I
Okay.
took the house, the kids, and now the job.
Okay, so I want to rewind. Before your divorce, just so I can be clear.
Yes.
So you had an African-themed wedding, correct?
Yes, I did.
And y'all made us buy some super expensive African fabric from Africa.
That you have not forgiven me for.
Right. So, and we didn't make it into a dress, is that correct?
It became a dress, a skirt.
No, you didn't have us go send it to nobody to sew it, right?
They did.
Y'all literally made us wrap the fabric around ourselves any way we knew how.
Correct.
And it was super expensive.
It was authentic.
I just want to know, whose idea was that?
Mine.
Why?
It was authentic.
Okay. So I want to go back to your primary in this race.
Mm-hmm.
What place did you come in the primary?
In 5th out of 5.
If you finish, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I came in 5th place.
No, in the primary you didn't. If you did, you wouldn't have been in the runoff.
In the runoff, I won the runoff, but the initial one, I was 5th place out of 5 people. Then I made it to the runoff. And the runoff, I was in 1st place. I mean,
I'm going to go back and remind you. Do you recall coming in 2nd in the primary?
You had to get 2nd.
Do you remember coming in
I was-
second in the primary?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't get over the fact that I was number 5 on the ballot.
Oh,
I was
okay.
number 5 on the ballot.
Okay.
And
All
I
right.
came in second in the primary.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay.
I'm still.
Oh, okay, because you understand if you came in fifth, you wouldn't be
look,
standing.
they say,
right?
what is she?
I was trying to figure that out.
Right, I was number 5 on the ballot.
Okay, and you said before that you came in first place in the runoff, correct?
In the runoff, correct.
So can you tell everybody how you pulled off one of the most epic comebacks in runoff history?
I called my line sister and said, I needed you at the poll. It was just me and you out of all the 20 people that were trying to fight me at the poll. I called you.
So when you say fight, like you mean like with words or with
No,
fists?
Both.
And when you called me, did I show up?
Yes, you did.
Again, you know this, I mean, you know this, that I've always sort of like worried about what I look like in public, correct?
Yes.
And on the morning that you called me, did I come to the polls without makeup on or anything?
You had clothes on.
Well, I
But
always
no
have
makeup.
no makeup because I was not gonna let anybody try to beat you down, correct?
And the same goes for here too.
Right, exactly. So I showed up in Acres Homes ready to throw down with you. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And you ended up winning.
Yes.
I got one final line of questions. Do you remember the first day we were out here and everybody was running around when the bell was when the little light was on? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were like, Jolanda, what's going on? What's going on? You remember that?
Yes.
And everything was chaos.
Yes.
Okay, and so all I want to say is, now are you running around with chaos now that you understand what that was?
Yes.
And can you explain to everybody what was going on?
No, I'm not advised.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm explaining to everybody. You know how when we come in, people may not be here. We may vote for our colleagues because we know they're running late or whatever. She did not know what was going on. She was like, Jolanda, what's going on? And I was like, Charlene, you'll be doing this soon. So all I want to say is, was the chaos that you are now going through, was it worth it?
It's worth it, yes.
Are you excited to be here?
I'm very excited.
I just want for you to know I'm so thankful that you're here serving in the 89th legislature.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your first bill.
Thank you. I think.
Mrs. Wiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for
Yes, I yield for questions.
The lady yields.
Thank you so much, Representative Johnson. I want to go back to that recent electoral history in Harris County. So you were on the ballot in both March and May 2024, is that correct?
That's correct.
And remind me again, who was your predecessor?
Jarvis Johnson.
And were they on the ballot during those races as well?
Yes, he was.
So you beat him?
He was running for another office.
Oh, what race was he running for?
Senate 15.
Do you live in that district?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us how you voted?
I voted for.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some
Will the lady
questions?
yield for questions?
For questions, yes,
The
I
lady
do
yields.
yield for
Thank
questions.
you. Representative Johnson, who was the better looking Johnson in the Johnson household?
I am.
Who is the better representative for House District 139?
I am.
And is there any members on this floor who you've copied their newsletter?
Yes.
Whose newsletter have you copied?
Ron Reynolds.
And will that help you get reelected?
Yes, it will.
Then that's good. Thank you. Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
House.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4361. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4361 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1169. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1169 by Raymond relating to the adoption of a comprehensive plan to protect oil and gas infrastructure in this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1169 would have the Railroad Commission develop a comprehensive oil and gas plan of action in case of emergencies like terrorist attacks, cybersecurity threats, disasters, and power outages. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1169. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 1169 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2516. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2516 by Guillen, relating to the eligibility of certain individuals younger than 65 years of age to purchase Medicare supplement benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about fairness, dignity, and responsible policy. Texans under 65 who qualify for Medicare because of ALS or end-stage renal disease didn't ask for their conditions, and they deserve a fair shot at the same protections we give those qualifying for Medicare by virtue of their age. Right now, while these individuals technically qualify for Medicare plans due to their condition, many are priced out, some premiums costing as much as $1,700 a month or even more, compared to individuals above 65 who pay as little as $100. That's not a market, and that is not access. That's a cliff that they're jumping from. HB 2516 simply says if you offer Medicare plans to seniors, then offer them to eligible Texans under 65 with these debilitating and often terminal conditions at fair rates with protections during enrollment. We already ask these patients to pay 20% of every bill uncapped. That can mean $18,000 a year or more. This bill does not give these individuals a free ride. It softens the financial blow they suffer due to their medical condition. It allows them to live and die in dignity and not in poverty. We do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the amendment simply names this act the Chris Larkin ALS Act and is acceptable to the author. I move passage.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, give me an opportunity. All y'all know me. I've been here 5 terms. You don't see me at the back mic. You don't really see me at the front mic either unless it's a bill. There's been a lot of misinformation about exactly what this bill is about. On April 16th, the Insurance Committee had a hearing, and I have to say that in my years here on every committee, my 17 years on the city council, 10 as a mayor, I've never experienced a more humbling and difficult hearing than what we experienced that day. Like many of you, I think, I didn't really understand ALS or the Lou Gehrig disease. It is an unbelievable, debilitating disease that can come upon somebody that today is perfectly healthy and tomorrow they're stricken with this dreadful, dreadful disease. Disease basically attacks their nervous system, their muscular system. Their brain is very much intact. Chris Larkin came to testify, and when I called him as a witness, I didn't see him. He actually came in on a type of wheelchair that he was almost in a vertical position. I didn't see him. Called him a second time, and I was getting ready to show as he registered testimony and we'll show, and they said, no, he's there. We had to move the microphone down so this gentleman could try to talk to us. He immediately would appear to be, to me, to be crying out for help, but basically he was trying to tell us that he was just emotional. He really wasn't crying. And when I tell you that the entire committee room was in tears because we saw him what we thought to be crying, asking for our help, it was unbelievable. About 1,800 Texans are afflicted and fall into this particular meta gap. And that's what we're trying to address. The medications that they're needing do not cure the disease. And I'm happy to mention in talking to Dean Craddock, his dementia bill does include the ALS study and looking for the cure in that bill. But today there is no cure. Their life expectancy is roughly 5 years. The only thing we're trying to do is give these 1,800 Texans the ability to at least live a better quality of life, which is not great, but it's still a better quality of life for the little time that they have on this earth. And I sure hope this, this isn't a Republican or a Democrat bill. This is a bill about compassion. Are we as members of this body, do we have compassion for these 1,800 Texans that so need our help? So I would sure appreciate, I've had a couple of the conservative groups talk to oppose, and I clearly asked them, so explain to me what you oppose. And they couldn't do it. But this is a bill where I believe that we as members of this House, there's times when we should be compassionate about our fellow man, and I would greatly appreciate if you would support Representative Guillen's bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
I am really proud to tell you that Chris Larkin is actually my brother-in-law. He has been my big brother for decades. Over 6 feet tall, a former football player at Texas A&M, a lifelong proud Aggie, and always one of the strongest men in our world. It was a few years ago that he started to get this diagnosis, and it took a long amount of time to finally get it to where it is. I will tell you that this man, who has always been a source of strength, intelligence, wit, wisdom, and humor, has now turned into one of the greatest uncles for my nephews. When he sits with these young men who are in their early 20s, he knows how important it is in these moments to share with them the future that will come. He came to Austin to advocate when he and my sister tried to look for health care coverage in this gap of life of a young man that is aging rapidly because of a disease that is uncontrollable. But it can be treated and it can be medicated. But you do need laws like this to help those folks that are truly in that gap. I will tell you that we always think about policy and we think about taking away childhood innocence. And what I think about here is the dignity of your golden years. The wisdom of a man in a time of his life where he truly can speak to us and speak volumes. And Chairman Dean, as you said, when he got to the committee, he can't speak like he used to. And to me, it means everything. That in that phase of his life, he would be willing to put himself in front of a camera, in front of the testimony, and to show the world what this debilitating disease can do. But that what our vote and our advocacy can do for those that may suffer this in the future. So, Ms. T, thank you for always advocating for policies like this. Speaker Craddock, I know you also talked to my brother-in-law, Pat Curry. You also spent time with him. Of course, Chairman Dean, and of course, Chairman Guillen. Thank you for truly turning the Texas House into something special.
Mr. Guillen to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about dignity for those who need it the most. The least we can do today is to give them that dignity in their remaining life and in their final moments. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2516. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 2516 is passed to engrossment. Mr. Metcalf, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to have the remarks on 2516 reduced to writing, placed in journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Button for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development in a public hearing on Wednesday, May the 7th, 2025 at 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. in room E2014 to consider HR 868 by Lujan, honoring the long-standing relationship between the province of Quebec and the state of Texas.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on Higher Education in a public hearing on Tuesday, May 6, 2025 at 8 a.m. in room E2036 to consider House Bill 2860 by Guerra relating to a plan by the Department of State Health Services to establish and improve tuition reimbursement and student loan repayment programs for healthcare professionals serving border communities, as well as House Bill 4930 by Munoz relating to the governing board of certain junior college districts.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2347. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2347 by Zwiener relating to the adoption of a water conservation program by certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Wiener to explain the bill.
Hi, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
I rise on a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 2347 under Rule 8, Section 10B of the House Rules and Article 3, Section 56 of the Texas Constitution on the grounds that the bill is limited in application by artificial devices in lieu of identifying the political subdivision by name.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Mr. Kane raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 2347 under Rule 8, Section 10B, on the grounds that the bill is impermissibly limited in application to one or more political subdivisions by means of artificial devices. The bill is limited to counties with a population greater than 230,000, located wholly or partly within the Hill Country Priority Groundwater Management Area and adjacent to a county with a population greater than 1 million. The bracket is not closed, and indeed, the bill author demonstrated that there is at least one county that is likely to soon grow into the bracket. In addition, the purpose of the bill is to protect groundwater supply in fast-growing suburban areas where there is a uniquely fragile water ecosystem. Each element of the bracket is related to this purpose. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Please excuse Representatives Tepper, Hunter, Rose, and Gerdes to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on the motion of Mr. Guillen. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to continue on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members.
Speaker. I
Mr.
raise a
Kane,
point
for
of
what
order.
purpose?
I rise on a point of order against further consideration of this bill on the grounds that it violates Rule 4, Section 32C1, on the grounds that the background and purpose statement is materially misleading, wrong, false.
Mr. Kane, please bring your point of order forward.
Mr. Kane raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for HB 2347 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially or materially misleading. The background and purpose states that the 2022 State Water Plan indicates that 29% of the recommended water management strategies by the year 27 will come from municipal conservation. Mr. Kane pointed to 2 pages in the plan that indicate the cited percentage represents all sources of conservation, not just conservation by municipalities. The inaccuracy is materially misleading. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4034. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1403. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1403 by West relating to the collection, modification, and enforcement of child support and to certain procedures for child support cases and orders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Section 4, Title 4, Part D of the Social Security Act designates that all state agencies have to create a 4D agency. In Texas, that is the Attorney General's office, and that agency is designed to safeguard the welfare and best interests of children in the state and develop a legal process by which framework for doing that. This bill, Senate Bill 1403, essentially does all of that, and it just updates the procedures and modifications within the statute, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1403. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1403 is passed to third reading. Mr. Dutton moves to lay House Bill 4034 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none and the motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4700. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4700 by A. Davis of Dallas relating to the responsibilities and composition of the Health and Human Service Commission Executive Council.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. This bill resolves lingering misalignments in the code with respect to HHSC Executive Council. HB 4700 reflects the agency's current organizational structure. Additionally, this bill streamlines rulemaking by eliminating duplicate public hearings and ensures the public has the opportunity to weigh in on rulemaking activities. I want to thank my fellow committee members from Human Services for voting out this bill unanimously. This is truly a cleanup bill. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4700. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 4700 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3560. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3560 by Pearson relating to the criminal background check requirements for staff at certain licensed hospitals.
The chair recognizes Ms. Pearson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this bill extends the requirement of administering background checks for unlicensed personnel with patient access, as well as the utilization of the Employee Misconduct Registry to psychiatric hospitals, closing a dangerous loophole upholding the same patient protection standards found elsewhere in our healthcare system. And Mr. Speaker, I have a perfecting amendment.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Not at this time, after the amendment.
Okay.
Will the lady yield for questions on her bill?
Not at this time, after
I'll
the
wait.
amendment.
One more time, would the lady yield for questions on her bill?
Yes.
The lady yield.
You were too magnanimous.
I did.
I just had one quick question. Knowing you, or here on this floor, have you reconsidered ever going back to any of Jolanda's events where she talks to people about the law and lets them know and inform them?
Sure, I would go back to any of those events where we're educating people.
And would you say that those were conservative events?
Not all of them.
It is so great to know that you're bipartisan, and I appreciate your help on that one. Love having you here, Katrina.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Lady yields.
What is your name?
Katrina Pearson.
I've seen you somewhere before. Maybe Fox News. Maybe, like 9, 10, 11 years ago.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, and what were you doing on Fox News back like 2016?
Well, prior to that, for 7 years, I was a spokesperson for the Tea Party movement, and then I became Donald Trump's national spokesperson for 2016.
The national spokesperson for Donald J. Trump when he ran for president the first time?
Yes.
When no one thought that he had a chance
That
of
is
becoming
correct.
president, and
Apparently
you were the
a few
national
of us did.
Man, okay. And then before that, I feel like there was a guy, I think he was Solicitor General of Texas, and no one thought that he would become a U.S. Senator, but I feel like you were one of the first people to jump onto that campaign. Is that correct?
Yes, the few of us believed he could win, and he did.
And what was his name?
Senator Ted Cruz.
Senator Ted Cruz. That's right. That's right. Okay. So you know how to pick them.
I do, yes.
And you headlined a campaign fundraiser for a member of this body back, must have been like 2018. What was his name?
His name was Jared Patterson.
Jared Patterson, that's right. So all these three wonderful politicians that have given back so much to the conservative movement, and I think that they want to just tell you thank you for all of your support.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Way to go.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield
Yes, I yield for questions.
for questions? She yields.
Gentlelady, how do we know each other?
We met on the set of a television show several years ago.
And what was the name of that television show?
It was called Sisters in Law.
So when you were on Sisters in Law, you weren't always treated nicely during your time on the show. Is that accurate?
Not that I can remember one time, so yes.
Okay. Well, was I nice to you?
You were okay.
Okay. All right. And didn't you support some of my, as Rep. Manuel brought up, didn't you support some of my educational trainings for the public?
Yes, I did.
And you were nice enough to come to those.
Yes, I was.
So Rep. Patterson isn't the only person who you went to their stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Sisters in Law was a show about 6 black women lawyers in Houston. Are you a lawyer?
I am not. I just play one on TV.
Okay. Then how in the world did you even get on Sisters in Law?
Well, the casting crew called me up and said, we need you on this show. And I said, well, I'm not a lawyer. And they said, we don't care. You debate lawyers on television and you win, so we'd like to have you on the show.
And did you debate lawyers on Sisters in Law and win?
All day long.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. But I wasn't one of those lawyers that you
No,
debated.
you were not.
Okay. Now let's talk about your first bill, House Bill 3560. Your bill requires background checks on unlicensed staff at mental hospitals and assisted living facilities, correct?
Yes.
And if a staffer has a history of abuse and misconduct, your bill ensures they're added to a registry so they can't jump from place to place hurting vulnerable people. Is that correct?
That is correct. If they hurt someone in an assisted living facility or nursing home, right now they can be hired immediately at a psychiatric hospital. So we're closing that loophole.
Right. So your bill is really about protecting people with mental illness and those in assisted living from being harmed. Is
Correct.
that accurate?
Yes.
So final question. Would you say that anybody on Sisters in Law may have had mental issues?
May have and still does.
Okay, all right. And that's not me.
It is not you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the Texas House and congratulations on your
Thank
first
you.
bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Swanson, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you. We have been anxiously waiting this day, and Wikipedia says that you have degrees from Kilgore College and the University of Texas at Dallas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What did you receive your degrees in?
Oh, I was pre-med, so I have an associate's degree in science, and I graduated from UT Dallas with a biology degree.
Biology and
Correct.
science and
Yes.
pre-med? That's very impressive. So, we're so glad you're here because Representative Busey, who I think has run out of the room, but he is so excited you're here because he has waited 2 years to hear an expert answer this question. What is a woman?
A woman is a biological female.
Thank you. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Pearson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Pearson to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment simply gives HHSC the authority to use available funds to implement the provisions of the bill. I move adoption.
Ms. Pearson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3560. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and now House Bill 3560 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5150. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2361. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2361 by Cole Course relating to the transfer of the University of Houston, Victoria to Texas A&M University System.
The chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to explain the bill.
Your first bill? It is.
Apparently his first bill.
Come on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm honored to bring this bill before you today and to work alongside Senator Lois Kolkhorst to bring Texas A&M to Victoria. Senate Bill 2361 has been a major priority for the Victoria community for a long time. This bill is agreed upon by both university systems. Mr. Speaker, I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Louderback.
The chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to explain the bill that looks like an amendment.
Members, this is a cleanup amendment worked on by A&M and Edge Council. The amendment makes sure that pre-existing hot tax brackets in Victoria and Katy that mention the UH system are not affected by this bill. Additionally, this amendment makes sure that A&M Victoria does not unintentionally lose funding it would otherwise receive if the governor signs House Bill 42 by Chairman Wilson. It's acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Meyer, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Well, the gentleman yields.
I hate to do this to you, Mr. Louderback, on your first bill. I truly do. But is this the hot tax bill that came through my committee?
It is.
All right, sir. And did you realize that we voted out your hot tax bill last Thursday?
Yes.
Yes, sir. And you do realize, I believe, that there might be some germaneness issues with this going on to this bill?
No.
Okay. Would you mind pulling down this amendment so you and I can discuss this, not on the front and back mic?
Sure. Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you, sir. And please continue, Mr. Schofield.
Thank you.
The amendment is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to close on his bill.
We withdraw the amendment. And
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for?
Absolutely.
Now, Mr. Louderback, before we
Mr.
get
Schofield,
to-
I do believe that the gentleman just yielded the floor.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, would you recognize Mr. Louderback to lay out his bill?
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to continue closing on his bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman
For
yield?
question.
There
For
you
questions.
go. Now, before we get to the frivolity, I understand that you carry a badge, so I'm not inclined to mess with you. I'll leave that to these folks. But on the bill itself, this is a bill that both Texas A&M, which will pick up the university, and the University of Houston are not only in favor of, but have both brought them to us because they think this is best for the future of the university. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
I am looking forward to supporting your bill, and as I said, I've seen you in action. I'll let these guys carry the rest of it.
Ms. Leo Wilson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
So you're sheriff. How long have you been a sheriff for?
Well, I was a 5-term Texas sheriff.
Okay. Are you still a sheriff?
Well, yes. Still carry a badge and gun.
Okay.
Cufflinks.
What was your first campaign like?
I'm sorry?
What was your first campaign like? I've noticed your Facebook page. You're pretty outspoken.
Can be.
Yeah, what was your first campaign like?
It was my first campaign was short and sweet.
Well, welcome to the House.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
You know, Representative Louderback, I didn't have any questions about this bill until you said that both Texas A&M and University of Houston had agreed to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you consult Texas State University?
No.
Are you aware that I represent Texas State University
I
in the
certainly
Capitol?
am.
Okay, so why did you not consult with them on this important piece of legislation? I won't have them disregarded.
In House District 30, Texas A&M University is a very strong influence there. There are a lot of Aggies, and they've been trying for some time to bring A&M to the House District 30.
Well, I'm not sure that's the right choice for y'all, but congrats on your first bill.
Well, I certainly understand. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2361. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 2361 is passed the third reading. Mr. Louderback moves to lay House Bill 5150 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 1502, Betancourt, relating to the authority of the governing body of a school district to adopt
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3860. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3860 by Allen, relating to the eligibility for an inmate for certain occupational licenses and the practice of certain occupations by an inmate of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, this is an important bill. It's about those inmates who are incarcerated in TDCJ. When they we train them on a skill. We train them in air conditioning and refrigeration and electrician, barbers, and cosmetologists. This bill simply gives them the opportunity to get a license prior to coming out of the system in anticipation of their future work. And so 3860 will allow the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to issue a restricted license to an applicant who is incarcerated in TDCJ facility. The bill will allow for air conditioning, refrigeration, and electrician, barbers, and cosmetology license. These restrictions licenses will allow individuals to continue to operate in their respective fields within a limited scope and location, under supervision, in anticipation of being released. These specific occupations are highly marketable and allowing the licenses to help them former inmates find work upon release from TDCJ. This fills a gap in the Texas workforce. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3860. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 3860 is passed to engrossment.
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3146. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3146 by Bumgarner relating to certain hearings conducted by the State Office of Administrative Hearings.
Chair goes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill you've all been waiting for. It's House Bill 3146. It's a cleanup bill for the State Office of Administrative Hearings, and eliminates the remaining 6 MOUs. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. No. Question occurs on passage on 3146. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 3146 passed to engrossment. Mr. Alcoff, for what purpose?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move that the comments made regarding House Bill 3426 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
All right, members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it true that 79 Senate bills have passed the House and only 2 House bills have passed the Senate?
Chair is not advised at this time.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that only a single House bill has been sent to the governor's desk while 19 Senate bills have been sent to his desk?
Chair is not advised at this time.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that House Bill 2, the bill to fund our public schools, which are currently shutting down, cutting teacher positions, and cutting essential programs, has been sitting in the Senate without a hearing for over 18 days now?
Chair is not advised, Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it true that on this day in the 88th legislative session, the Senate had passed 14 House bills compared to only 2 currently? Are you aware of that, Mr. Speaker?
Chair is not advised, Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Will this body take action to assert our equal status, or will we continue to allow important House legislation to languish while Senate bills sail through our chamber?
Mr. Reynolds, that is not a proper parliamentary
Thank you, Mr.
inquiry.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3924. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 870. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 870 by Birdwell relating to the open carrying of a handgun by uniformed school marshal.
Chair goes Ms. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 870 was brought to me by Granbury ISD as a way to improve the current school marshal program by allowing uniformed and trained school marshals to carry their weapon on their duty belt. I'd like to thank Chairman Hefner and the committee for voting this out unanimously.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Has the school marshal program been successful?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, you said absolutely?
Absolutely.
Okay. Have there been any complaints about the marshal program?
Not to my office, Ms. Goodwin.
During the hearing, witnesses from the Granbury School District came and testified that the bill, if passed, allowing marshals to open carry a gun would allow them to draw a gun faster if needed or provide a visual deterrent. They said this would make the school marshal program better. Is that correct?
I don't remember their verbatim testimony. They did testify that this would improve their ability to be prepared to respond in the event of an incident.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 3924 due to Rule 4, Section 32C1, on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis is substantially or material misleading.
Bring your point of order down. The point of order has been withdrawn. Ms. Slauson, you may continue on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3924. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 870 is passed to third reading. Ms. Slauson moves to lay House Bill 3924 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 113. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 113 by Vasut relating to statutory construction.
Chair is Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise point of order against further
not
consideration
advise that.
HB 113 under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the committee substitute is not germane to the original bill.
Bring your point of order down front. Mr. Wu raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee's substitute for HB 113 under Rule 4, Section 40, and Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the committee's substitute is not germane. The introduced bill stated that a court is not required to give deference to construction of statutes by state agencies. This, in effect, saved the discretion given to the courts under current law with respect to deference to administrative constructions by state agencies under Section 311.023 Government Code, which is repealed by the bill. The committee's substitute, by contrast, changes this saved current law by prohibiting deference by courts to state agencies. The committee's substitute impermissibly negates the introduced version's continuation of the discretion courts currently enjoy. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Pursuant to Rule 4, Section 41, the bill is returned to the Committee on Calendars. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 304, SB 608, SB 384, SB 599, SB 8797, SB 1066, SB 1185, SB 1194, SB 1215, SB 1468, SB 1426, SB 1738, SB 1706, SB 1930, SB 2065, and SCR 13.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 184. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 184 by Guillen relating to the student loan repayment assistance for certain prosecuting attorneys who are employed as part of the Border Prosecution Unit.
Chair has Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 184 establishes a student loan repayment program for prosecutors serving in the Border Prosecution Unit, and I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
She's going to lay it out first.
Oh, sorry.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair has Ms. Goodwin on the amendment.
It's a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration on the amendment on the grounds that it violates Rule 11, Section 2 by not being germane.
Mr. Schofield, bring your point of order down front. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. Mr. Guillen.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 184. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. 184 is passed to engrossment. Good. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 198. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 198 by Bumgarner relating to the periodic occupational cancer screenings for firefighters.
Chair has Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 198 is the Wade Cannon Act from last session, and we all voted unanimously. There is an amendment to this bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment aligns House Bill. Stand by.
Amendment by Martinez.
Chair has Mr. Martinez on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, got a little ahead of myself there. House Bill 198 aligns with nationally accepted standards established by the National Fire Protection Association and designates cancer screening as an annual examination. I believe there's an amendment to amendment, and then this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Martinez sends up an amendment acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Bumgarner on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wade, this was for you, buddy, and all the firefighters out there to get preventative care. Go Stars, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage to engrossment of House Bill 198. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 198 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 247. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 247 by Guillen relating to the taxation on border security infrastructure.
Chair has Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this ensures that property owners along the southern border are not hit with higher property taxes simply because border security infrastructure like roads, fences, or surveillance systems was installed on or near their land. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 247. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 247 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 367. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 367 by Rosenthal relating to the verification of excused absences from public school students with severe or life-threatening illnesses.
Chair has Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 367 is an update to a previous bill I passed in the 87th session. It was called Riley's Rule. Riley's Rule allowed students to be excused from school for serious or life-threatening illness. This is a cleanup bill that tightens up the requirements for the excuse, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 367 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 449. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 449 by Gonzalez of El Paso relating to the unlawful production or distribution of sexually explicit images using deepfake technology.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill. Right now, current law states that creating a deepfake video that depicts a person with a person's intimate parts exposed or engaged in sexual conduct is against the law. This bill just adds image to deepfake video. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 449 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1778. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 1778 by Thompson relating to human trafficking, prostitution, and child pornography and to the prosecution of sexual assault of offensive or the prosecution of a failure to stop or report those offenses, amended and harmonizing certain statute of limitations provisions, creating a criminal offense and increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, let me give you the short version. This is the Attorney General Omnibus Human Trafficking Prevention Bill that adopts the task force's unanimous recommendation to the 8th and 9th legislature, and there are 3 amendments.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a recommendation from the Governor's Office on Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force, and this amendment ensures we take a tailored approach to allowing relevant extraneous offenses to be admitted into evidence while not infringing upon a person's rights. I move passage.
Ms. Thompson sends up an amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson.
Chair has Ms. Thompson on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment enables the AG's office to streamline and analyze existing information on human trafficking cases for inclusion of the task force's report to the legislature. I move passage.
Ms. Thompson sends up an amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kerwin.
Chair has Ms. Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment adds school bus stops to the criminal enhancement for human trafficking that we already have in place in our schools. I know it's hard to believe, but children in Texas have gotten off their school bus and have never been seen again. Others have been approached, recruited, and groomed by traffickers while waiting at the bus stop or riding on the bus. The amendment will further protect our children and punish the criminals who intend to harm them. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson.
Adoption.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Never mind. I'll wait for Ms. Thompson.
Members, this is her first amendment, and I'm going to accept this as a guest because we want her to go home with passing of something. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to accept this amendment.
Ms. Kerwin sends up an amendment. It's accepted to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is accepted. Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 1778 is passed to engrossment. Mr. King for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on State Affairs in a public hearing on Friday, May 9th, 8 a.m. in room JHR 140. SB 1036 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of residential solar or retail transactions requiring occupational registration, authorizing fees, providing civil and administrative penalties. SB 1566 by Betancourt relating to the connection of utilities by certain entities in certain subdivisions formerly located in a municipality's external jurisdiction. SB 1664 by Swartner relating to public information regarding the rates of transmission and distribution utilities. SB 2268 by Swartner relating to loans and grants under the Texas Energy Fund. SCR 5 by Eckhart directing the Texas School for the Deaf to name a middle school gymnasium the Robert Rives Gymnasium. SCR 8 by Parker expressing opposition to the creation of central bank digital currency. SCR 9 by Hughes urging Congress to propose and submit the states for ratification the Keep 9 Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. SCR 32 by Hall directing Texas Facilities Commission to name a new Transit Amenity Center at 207 West 14th Street in the Capitol Complex to lead on transit amenity in honor of Justin Dart. SCR 46 by Sparks expressing support for renaming the New York Strip Steak the Texas Strip Steak and directing the Texas Department of Agriculture to promote the Texas Strip Steak as part of the efforts to support Texas beef. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 514. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 514 by Lalani relating to maternal health care workforce campaign.
Chair has Dr. Lonnie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 514 directs the DSHS to implement a public outreach campaign using available resources to increase the number of trained maternal health professionals across Texas. There's no fiscal note. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of 514. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Longley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 52 nays, House Bill 514 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 576. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 372. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 372 by Campbell relating to the persons authorized or appointed to exercise the power of sale under the terms of a contract lien on real property.
Chair guys, Mr. Sheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 372 clarifies the property code by establishing that entities such as corporations, businesses, and other legal entities may serve as trustees in a foreclosure sale. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 372 is passed to third reading. Mr. Shaheen moves to lay House Bill 576 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 632. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 632 by Busey relating to the regulation of the practice of pharmacy.
Chair has Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 632 would give pharmacists the ability to provide a supply of insulin that exceeds 30 days. This is a simple cleanup bill from the 87th session. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 632 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1395. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 72. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 72 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of private passenger vehicle rental companies.
Chair has Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 72 allows Texans to keep collision damage waiver coverage for the full period of a rental vehicle up to 180 days. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. SB 72 is passed to third reading. Mr. Lujan moves to lay House Bill 1395 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2225. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2225 by Buckley relating to the approval of land use assumptions, capital improvement plans, and impact fees.
Chair has Mr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2225 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 12th.
Members, is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2582. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2582 by Hull relating to the rights of a victim, guardian of a victim, or close relative of a deceased victim to information regarding a defendant's parole.
Chair has Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would guarantee victims have certain information on their offender's parole. I have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
Ms. Hull on the amendment.
This clarifies what the committee sub should have been. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends an amendment. It's accepted with the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Hull on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 2582 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2494. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2494 by Craddock relating to the de-annexation of certain areas of a municipality for failure to provide services.
Chair recognizes Speaker Craddock for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2494 until 9 a.m. Thursday. They're voting on this in the Senate in the morning, so we're waiting for the Senate bill.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so adopted.
Thank you.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 766. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 766 by Cortez relating to the ballot application requirements for the election of a precinct chair.
Chair has Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 766 takes an important step in modernizing the application process for precinct chairs. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 766 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2715. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2715 by Curry relating to the suspension or removal from office of certain elected officials of this state or political subdivision of this state.
Chair goes Mr. Curry.
Mr. Speaker, members, HB 2715 is a bill that does what normal counties already do and puts it into statute. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 2715 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2712. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2712 by Darby relating to the test years used for rate marketing purposes by certain water and sewer utilities.
Chair goes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows regulated water and sewer utilities to use future and hybrid test years when setting rates. I do have a perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Mr. Darby on the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment simply incorporates language agreed on by the Public Utilities Commission, the Office of Public Utility Counsel, to add greater consumer protections. Acceptable author, move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends an amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Darby on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 2712 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3069. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3069 by Darby relating to the approval of a certificate of convenience and necessity for certain transmission projects.
Chair is Mr. Darby.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill simply helps modernize how we evaluate long-term electric transmission projects in ERCOT. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 3069 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3505. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3505 by Harris relating to the continuation and operation of a healthcare provider participation district created by certain local governments to administer a healthcare provider participation program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill extends the deadline for the LPPF of the North Texas.
Speaker.
Mr. Gurris, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, Mr. Gurris.
Extends the deadline for the Northeast Health Care Provider Participation District in the LPPF. I do have an amendment, perfecting amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris.
Mr. Harris on the amendment.
Members, this amendment makes simple conforming changes that would for the implementation of the bill that would bring the bill in line with the template preferred by HHSC and the governor's office. Move adoption.
Mr. Harris sends up an amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Harris on the bill as amended.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Mr. Gerdes, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
In the participation district of the participation program, are there participation trophies?
There are not.
Okay, thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 3505 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1269. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1269 by Gonzalez of El Paso related to the Plant Disease and Pest Prevention Grant Program.
Chair guys, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill continues to protect Texas agriculture by making sure we are properly prepared for plant disease and agricultural pests. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. A record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 93 ayes and 43 nays. House Bill 1269 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4224. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4224 by Hull relating to the information regarding consumer access to healthcare records.
Chair guys, Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a pro-consumer transparency bill about access to medical records and information on how to file a complaint. I have a clarifying amendment.
Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
Ms. Hull on the amendment.
This clarifies that this exempts data companies that store medical records, as this bill is only intended to apply to healthcare practitioners. Move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up amendment. Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Hull on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 4224 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3609. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1583. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 1583 by Blanco relating to the management plans adopted by groundwater conservation districts.
Chair goes Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, groundwater conservation districts have to include desired future conditions in their biennial management plan. This information is used by the Water Development Board for project financing purposes. SB 1583 allows the Texas Water Development Board to use the most recently approved estimate for maximum output, allowing them to continue to finance projects for groundwater districts. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 1583 is passed to third reading. Mr. Berry moves to lay House Bill 3609 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5032. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5032 by Metcalf relating to the display of certain historical documents in the Capitol complex.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5032 ensures that Texans have access to our founding documents that tell the story of our independence and our values as a state. This bill directs a collaborative effort to publicly display three of our most treasured historical records. There is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
Mr. Metcalf on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment allows for some location flexibility for the display of Texas' most sacred founding documents at important historic sites and historical events such as Washington on the Brazos, maybe the bicentennial in 2036 as well. Move adoption.
Mr. Metcalf sends up amendments. Accepted by the author. Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Metcalf on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 5032 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2240. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2240 by Dutton relating to certain void marriages.
Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 2240 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5180. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 5180 by Wilson relating to the diploma designation of an institution of higher education.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 5180 makes it clear that when a university changes their name or merges, the currently enrolled student can receive a diploma with the name and style of which they recently enrolled with. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 5180 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3348. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3348 by Patterson relating to the creation and operations of a healthcare provider participation program in certain counties.
Mr. Patterson.
This is a local provider participation program, and there is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Richardson.
Ms. Richardson on the amendment.
This amendment just adds Collin County to the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Gentlelady yield for some questions.
I will.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Yeah, I apologize. I was just moving fast and want to make sure we're not missing something. So this is adding Collin County. Is this the local hospital district bill?
That's correct.
Could you tell me a little bit more about the impact on this in your community while we check this out?
It's just an extension of an existing agreement for the hospitals in Collin County.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, one more question. Is this similar to a bill of yours we passed out of the IGA committee?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Richardson sends up amendments accepted the author. Is there objection? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Patterson on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 3348 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4668. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4668 by King relating to the authority of the Public Utility Commission of Texas to retain assistance for regional proceedings affecting certain electric utilities and consumers.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4668 gives the Public Utility Commission clear authority to retain outside experts when necessary to support utility rate cases.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield
for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Certainly.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman King, does this bill have anything to do with women's privacy?
No,
Does it have anything to do with taxpayer-funded lobbying?
No.
Does it have anything to do with E-Verify?
No.
Those three bills are being locked up in your committee, and people want to see them on the floor.
Mr. Tinderholt, please confine your remarks to the bill at hand.
Move passage, and this
Question
is the bill
occurs
at
on
hand.
passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 4668 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4909. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2314. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 2314 by Creighton relating to the creation of electronic platform and submission portal known as My Texas Future to facilitate the awareness and application of public school students into institutions of higher education using the electronic common admission application form.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, reduce application fees for our Texas students. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2314. Record vote has been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 8 nays. Senate Bill 2314 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wilson moves to lay House Bill 4909 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4665. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4665 by manual relating to training requirements for child care employees and directors.
Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4665 allows for school districts and TEA of the list of approval training providers to move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. House Bill 4665 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4895. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1267. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1267 by Alvarado relating to certificates of a number and certificates of title issued by and records kept by the Parks and Wildlife Department creating a criminal offense.
Chair goes Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1267 modernizes and streamlines regulation governing boat titles. There is an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Vasut.
Chair, Mr. Vasut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this puts my little boat bill into my big boat bill. Move adoption.
Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yeah, you already voted for this, Representative.
Okay, the language just is not pulling up because our system moves slow. So can you tell us a little more?
So the Antique Outboard Motor Act that you talked against last session and killed in local consent, remember that bad boy? Yeah.
It's that language?
Uh-huh.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're going to pass it. Move adoption.
Mr. Vasut sets up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Vasut on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 1267 is passed to third reading. Mr. Vasut moves to lay House Bill 4895 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3395. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3395 by Van Dever relating to authorizing a beneficiary designation that transfers a manufactured home classified as personal property at the owner's death.
Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3395 introduces a process designating a beneficiary for manufactured homes classified as personal property. I move passage.
Question occurs passage engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 3395 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 3157. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 3157 by Darby relating to interim rates charged by electric utilities during a rate suspension period.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply is a highly negotiated bill that creates a balanced approach to address the challenge of regulatory lag faced by electric utilities, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 3157 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4762. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1273. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1273 is by Hughes, relating to the establishment of the Higher Education Research Security Council.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1273 creates the Higher Education Research Security Council to develop best practice training and accreditation process to safeguard our sensitive academic research and uphold institutional integrity. Members, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
Mr. Wilson on the amendment.
Thank you. Members, this amendment clarifies that the council will include one research security officer appointed by the chancellor of each university system. Move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends an amendment. Is accepted with the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Wilson on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 1273 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wilson moves to lay House Bill 4762 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4395. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4395 by Turner, relating to the electronic submission, delivery of public securities, and records for proceedings of those securities.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill amends the government code to allow for electronic signature submission and delivery of public securities and related records to the Office of Attorney General. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 4395 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4325. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4325 by Moody, relating to the civil penalties for the offense of barratry.
Mr. Moody.
What up, Mr. Speaker? Members, appreciate you taking this bill up tonight, and just want to let you know that this is a very important bill that makes sure that our barratry penalties are kept up to date with inflation and make sure that it deters this kind of predatory activity effectively rather than allowing it to become simply a cost of doing business. House Bill 4325, which is before you now, applies only to people in the most vulnerable arrangements where there was no written contract, and it raises the possible fine from $10,000 to $50,000 in those situations. It's a very simple bill that will help protect people from being taken advantage of, and I move passage. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 4325 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4952. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 765. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 765 by Colcourse, relating to the confidentiality of fraud detection deterrence information under the Public Information Law.
Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 765 maintains the confidentiality of our fraud detection assets. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Senate Bill 765 is passed to third reading. Mr. Landgraf moves to lay House Bill 4952 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4386. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4386 by Wharton, relating to the replacement transaction of certain life insurance and annuity contracts from an insurancer to replacing an insurancer.
Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4386 creates a standardized, timely process for exchanging or surrendering annuity contracts, streamlining the process for consumers who want to move or access their annuity funds. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 4386 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on third reading, second reading, House Bill 4273. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4373 by Dean, relating to the authority of special districts to exercise certain powers and duties following municipal de-annexation of certain areas.
Mr. Alverson. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4273. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 4273 by Oliverson, relating to unlawful acts involving certain health care programs.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4273 expands and clarifies the list of unlawful acts under the Medicaid Fraud Prevention Act. Specifically, it prohibits making a claim under a health care program and knowingly failing to identify the type of license held by the health care provider. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye.
Yep.
All those opposed say nay. House Bill 4273 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2760. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2760 by Villalobos relating to the judicial review of a Texas Workforce Commission decision in an unemployment compensation proceeding.
Chair goes Ms. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill clarifies that the appeals of the Texas Workforce Commission unemployment benefit decision must be made or filed in a court or district court. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 2760 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2697. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2697 by Anchia relating to certain procedures in connection with a bond forfeiture.
Mr. Anchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2697 until 10 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2820. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 2820 by Lauterbach relating to limits on the amount of operating capital by a charitable bingo organization.
Mr. Lauterbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple bill that doubles the maximum amount of operating capital that a licensed charitable bingo operator may retain in their account from $50,000 to $100,000. Let's hope our charitable bingo halls stay open for business. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 2820 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1828. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1828 by Orr relating to legislative leave for correctional officers employed by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a voluntary leave pool, and it is at no cost to the taxpayer. I move adoption.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 1828 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1768. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1768 by Wale relating to the construction, expansion, or modification of certain concrete plants under a standard permit.
Mr. Wally for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration HB 1768 until 8 a.m. Wednesday, May 7th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1579. Clerk, read the bill.
HB 1579 by Guerra relating to establishing the Texas State Seal of Bilingualism and Biliteracy for public high school students.
Chair goes Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ensures proper academic achievement, recognition for bilingual and biliteral students. It creates the Texas Seal of Biliteracy seal. The seal would indicate to employers and institutions of higher learning that the student is biliterate and has achieved an elevated level of understanding and proficiency in reading, writing, and speaking English in addition to any language other than English. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerra.
Mr. Guerra on the amendment.
This amendment only changes the title of the seal from Texas State Seal of Bilingualism and Biliteracy to the Texas Seal of Biliteracy. To make the title consistent with the seals adopted across the country is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Guerra sends amendments acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none, so adopted. Mr. Guerra on the bill as amended.
I close, move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. House Bill 1579 is passed to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. The following resolutions on first reading and referral.
The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HCR 143 by Curry, HR 1030 by Turner, HR 1031 by Landgraf. The following resolutions by Buckley are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars: HR 1032 and HR 1047 through HR 1051. HR 1034 by Vasu, HR 1035 by Dyson, HR 1036 by Longoria, HR 1037 by Gomez, HR 1038 by Leo Wilson. The following resolutions by Martinez Fisher are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars: HR 1039 through HR 1041. HR 1042 by Wu, HR 1043 by Turner. The following resolutions by Dutton are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars: HR 1044 through HR 1046. HR 1052 by Leo Wilson, HR 1053 by Y. Davis of Dallas, HR 1054 by Bumgarner, HR 1055 by Bumgarner, HR 1056 by Lujan, HR 1057 by Lujan, HR 1058 by Hull.
Mr. Dyson moves that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Tuesday. Is there objection? Chair is none. The House stands adjourned.